1 minute. Good evening. I'd like to call this special meeting to order and welcome all of you to the special meeting of the board noted on November 29th, 2022, and welcome you tonight. The public is encouraged and welcome to address the school board at the hearing of citizens. For today's meeting, the hearing of citizens will take place after the discussion regarding the superintendent. Once the hearing of citizens begins, no more cards will be taken. I would like to note that before we get started, I will be bringing forward a request that we extend the meeting, the public comment discussion to 3 minutes per speaker. But first, I would ask all of you to rise so we can say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As you can see, we have a full house, and I believe we have a full house outside. I want to make it very clear that I have, and thank you to staff for the accommodations they have made to ensure that every person on this very important topic is being able and afforded the opportunity to speak. If there is overflow, that we have made sure that there are video cameras as well as an opportunity and area for them to preside. And so as we move forward, it is very important that I know everyone on this board wants to ensure an opportunity to hear the public citizens speak. I know that there is a policy currently in place, but I would like to start this because, as I mentioned before, I would like to expand the opportunity for each member of citizens to speak for 3 minutes. And so I move to request that we suspend the public comment policy for today and then move forward for a future meeting to evaluate that. But for today's proceedings, I move that we extend the speaking time to 3 minutes for public comment, and that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any comment? Very good. I will do a voice vote with Mrs. Robinelli.
Yes.
Mr. Got it?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
Mrs. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Enos.
Yes.
And the chair votes aye, and that passes 5-0. So just to make sure, I wanted to start off with that so that anyone could amend their comments accordingly. So 3 minutes per speaker, and for anyone out in the audience and also that are taking cards, that we will begin a comments with the board and that we will accept cards up until we begin public comment. I will start with saying that I see a very full crowd here. I also have a very full inbox, as do my colleagues. And I think it is indicative of the passion and inspiration and hope for this future of the school district. I know that the decisions that are amongst us today are not taken lightly by any member of this board. I also understand, as someone who has served on this board for 8 years, has overseen some very tumultuous times. And I will say this is not taken lightly, and these are one of the heavier moments that we have to discuss. I can tell you that I assure each of you and my colleagues that my focus is finding the best path forward for the focus of what our mission is, and that is ensuring the highest quality of excellence for our students and ensuring that our families are heard and supporting our staff. I know that there's a lot of emotion and passion that's going to be heard tonight, and I will tell you I have gone to extensive lengths, and I assure, and I hope to continue to ensure that every member of the public is able to speak and be afforded that. But I also think it's incredibly important to allow the opportunity for each member of the public to be heard when they are speaking, as well as the board. I think that emotion it can overcome, but I also think that we have a moment as Sarasota County Schools to be a leader and figure out how we go through this moment where they're walking into this, may not know exactly what we're going to walk away with. But we can turn the page in a very positive moment, respect and hear one another, and figure out how we move past whatever differences we have, listen to one another, and solve the issues so that, again, with the common focus of ensuring that Sarasota County Schools, families, and all stakeholders are all aligned on the focus and mission of ensuring highest quality education for our students. So with that said, moving into the direction of today, I wanted to start with a discussion before we open it up for public comment. I know that on November 22nd, there was a reorganizational meeting and there was a request to call a special meeting. To provide a little clarity, I actually amended that motion to delay it to I believe it was December 2nd. After I walked away and was able to confirm from a compliance standpoint and assure that all information was able to be noticed, as well as all documentation be provided to the board as well as the public, and also not delay any kind of angst and uncertainty, made the request under my authorization as chair to hold a meeting today on November 29th. So we still do have December 2nd on the books. That's a later discussion if depending on what takes place today, whether we need to continue to have that meeting or if the board does not need to, then we would cancel that. But I know that there was a lot of questions about that, and I wanted to provide that clarity. So going back to why we are all meeting today, I know that there was a motion to call a special meeting to request a discussion regarding the superintendent. As the maker of that motion, Mrs. Rose, I would request if you are interested to begin the discussion.
Absolutely. I did request a special meeting today to discuss the superintendent's contract. I believe that it is a conversation that needs to occur. I do have concerns in the last several months of my tenure. I will address those before this meeting ends. But before I do so, I want to make sure that I'm keeping an open mind and that I am listening to you. I am interested in what you have to say, and I do appreciate the emails and the feedback. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So again, because this is a broader agenda, I want to open it up to any other members of the board, if there are any comments. But without any specific action, I will tell you from a transparency standpoint, I think that reading the emails coming forward, I recognize that there is a lot to be desired and a lot of questions. I don't diminish that aspect. I know that the superintendent and I have had certainly a number of conversations throughout the time that he has served here, as well as illustrating my accolades, as well as areas of opportunity for improvement on his evaluation. But I think that with the moment that we find ourselves today, that has caused a lot of people concern. And I think this is the opportunity, as I say to all my fellow colleagues, that if there are issues or concerns, that this is the moment that we have to share, not only respectfully amongst our colleagues and our superintendent, but also to afford the public the insight as to why this meeting was called. So, without any specific motion or action, I mean, I defer to, unless someone's calling something on the table, to. Oh, bear with me. I'm still getting used to this. Apologize. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For purposes of clarification, is it possible to have read back the motion for the special meeting and the reason for the special meeting? I need to have that clarification.
I do not have it printed in front of me. I know that it was to discuss the superintendent's contract.
That's not my understanding or recollection. That's why I'd like to have it read back from the minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. So actually, I, as authorization under chair, called this special meeting, which is November 29th, to discuss the superintendent's contract. I think you might be referring to December 2nd.
I'm really talking about the purpose of the special meeting. I can imagine that you might, and I don't want to go tit for tat. I'd rather go right to public comments, which I think is the most important. But it seems to me, just as a board member, that I've heard multiple reporting mechanisms of why the special meeting was called. I don't recall it being the superintendent's contract. I recall it being the termination of the superintendent's contract, and I need that clarification.
I'm happy to address that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just to repeat again, today is November 29th. I called this meeting under my authorization of chair to discuss the superintendent's contract. If you were to, the December 2nd that's on the books and on the calendar, I believe you are correct. The motion was, in fact, to call a special meeting that was amended to the December 2nd date. And I believe when I asked the maker of the motion what that intent and purpose was in order to call a special meeting, it was to discuss the recommendation of the termination of the superintendent's contract. But I will defer to Mrs. Rose if she would like to comment on that.
Exactly what you just reiterated.
I appreciate that clarification.
Was there anything else you wanted to address? Thank you. So, sorry, moving on this Q bar here. I do want to move to public comment, but the reason I wanted to have a conversation with the board is, what direction does this board seek to go forward before we open up to public comment? Because I think that is where we are community-wise, board-wise, superintendent, and what have you. For that discussion, what does that look like? What are the reasons that there are concerns, and are any board members willing to shine a light on into that? Mrs. Rose.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to address this point blank and as concise and objectively as I can. I want to address politics in our school system, and it has no place, whether it's left or whether it is right.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm following our agenda, and there is no discussion before hearing of citizens. I'm sorry, I'm just trying, I'm only on the board for 2 years. I have an agenda in front of me. I'm going on procedure ahead of time, so I don't know if I need to defer to our attorney to find out if Robert Rules is in violation, but this is what's posted and has been posted. So we went from flag salute, should be, to hearing of citizens. I don't require a discussion from the board in advance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edward. Actually, you are correct. And so for that, I apologize. I should have adopted the orders of the board. I know this was a discussion before. For that reason, I actually moved to amend the agenda before so that we can have a discussion, so that prior to the hearing of citizens, because I value everyone's time, that we have a discussion so that there is clarity as to what potential action may be taken tonight. So for that reason, I would move that we amend the agenda to put discussion regarding superintendent contract as the first order of business, and to follow, put hearing of citizens, and then item number 2, that, as it said, is board discussion and action, consideration of need for special meeting for December 2nd to cancel. So again, I would move that we amend the order of business today to start with a discussion regarding the superintendent's contract.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any comments?
Again, I had absolutely full intention of not coming here to be combative. Trust me, I have nothing up my sleeve. But we already have this, and there wasn't a motion made, and you proceeded, and it feels, once again, orchestrated and manipulative, as I feel the public is due and that's why I'm discussing. We all will have time to hear what each of us have to say. And again, I don't want to be misconstrued as being difficult or combative, but I am most interested in hearing what my public has to say, or what the public has to say regarding already several changes in very short time of what was the intention of this meeting and the intention of the agenda that was posted. So it feels already manipulative.
May I?
Thank you very much. Yes, Mrs. Rose, and then I will move to Mr. Enos.
I'm fine. I'm flexible. I don't have a preference.
Thank you very much. Mr. Enos?
I would also would rather open it up to have the public comments first and then go ahead and have us in the discussion after we entertain them. I think it's super important that the public is allowed to speak to everybody, as well as I received all the emails and correspondences and telephone calls. And I think that, it's in the best interest to have the public speak, because I need to make sure that we have that open dialogue before we ultimately discuss what we have in reference to moving forward.
Absolutely. So I'll retract my motion to amend the order of business, and then we will start with the hearing of citizens.
Thank you, fellow board members.
So with that, as noted before, we have extended it to 3 minutes, and I will note that we now are closing any cards. So if there are any more collected cards from outside, please, thank you so much. Collect them now. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. When the timer flashes yellow, 1 minute remains, and you will need to begin to summarize. You must stop speaking when the buzzer rings. Please note that respect for divergent viewpoints and civility will be shown at every board meeting. Whether you agree or disagree with a speaker, you should listen politely and respectfully without making sounds of approval or disapproval, including clapping. We always I know there's a lot of passion, and I know this is kind of goofy, but we always recommend these because it allows you to get out your positivity of support and what have you without disrupting the motions of the board. So I recognize there is a lot of passion and emotion with the decisions that come before this board and the impact that they have on our students, families, staff, and community. As such, I believe it is important that we afford the opportunity for every speaker to be heard. To my fellow board members, any comments during hearing of citizens that you would like to respond to will take place at the conclusion of public comment. My request is that you will, should you feel that you need to respond, you keep it to the issues that have been brought forward and refrain from directing it to any individual of the public. Per statute 1001.32 parent 3, anyone causing a disruption will first be given a warning, and if the conduct does not stop, you will be removed from the chambers, but I know that will not happen today. So I will start with the first person, and then I'll call on deck. Kimberly Roden, and forgive me if I do not pronounce your name correctly. And next is Sheila Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and I'll try to be brief.
I'm sorry. Will we start the clock? I can't hear you correct. I can't hear you very well, and I want to make sure everyone in the chambers can hear you.
May I? Is this better?
Were you good?
Can you?
Okay.
All right. I can speak very loud, but that's not my goal tonight.
We'll restart. I apologize.
My goal is to communicate, not. First of all, I'm an 8-year volunteer in the Sarasota School District. I've worked in the following schools: Gochio, Tuttle, Emma Booker, Laurel Nokomis, Gulfgate. I've worked in the Summer Enrichment Academy. I've worked in multiple summer reading camps. I thought it would be important for you to know I have spent a lot of time in your schools, and really feel good about my time spent there. What I don't feel good about is why I'm here tonight. I've never had to come to a school board meeting. Maybe I should have, but when I had been reading the newspaper, I saw that there was a movement afoot to perhaps fire the existing superintendent when 2 new members haven't even given him a chance to serve on the job while they have served after being sworn in. I find that and observe him and manage him for some period of time. Why wouldn't he be given a chance? 6 months, 12 months? I wonder where the due process is. And for background, I served for 8 years as a city council member. So I know what it's like. I know what the open meeting laws are. I had to live with them. We never, ever called a vote to fire our city manager when new members were elected. We just never did that. And frankly, I'm shocked you would do that. I especially for a superintendent who mainly, from what I've read, has done nothing but a great job, and clearly the room shows it. I hold a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and MBA from 3 different universities. I served on senior management teams for 3 Fortune 500 companies. I've hired and trained hundreds of managers. Please do what you teach your students. The elementary, middle school, and high school students that I get in front of get second chances, especially if new people come in. I'm not sure this group is prepared to do that. From what I can tell, he's competent, kind, willing to take direction from his bosses, but right now I'm not sure he's had a chance to do that. So my question is, are you willing to give him due process? And I guess my question is this on the level? By the way, on the level comes from Freemasonry. It has to do with, are the actions sincere and honest, or are they certainly not attempting to deceive? I'm not accusing anyone here in the room of anything. I haven't been part of all of your discussions. All I can do is see from a distance, and having served both as a corporate executive, as an elected official, what I see here troubles me. The origin of what is considered on the level actually comes from the Freemasons. In my corporate life, I learned that most leadership problems are solved a level below their origin.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's time. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Next up is Sheila Weiss, and then next, I again apologize, Kyle Puttenbaum. If I did not pronounce that correctly, I apologize.
School board members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Before I begin what I prepared, I'd like to publicly thank Dr. Asplin. You have led our district through several years. They've been turbulent years, and you've led us through them heroically with a calm, decent, and intelligent, professional manner, and there's many of us that thank you for your leadership. I worked at the school district for 10 and a half years, overseeing all the communications and community relations. 3 of you were my colleagues. If you remember, colleagues, we had rotating superintendents in those years. It was not easy. When each one left, whether they were the beloved Wilma Hamilton, who retired for health reasons, or feared by one who shall go unnamed, the district's progress was stopped. We took 2 steps backward. We changed directions again and again to fit the vision of the new leader. No one was piloting the ship down a straightforward path. Staff suffered, teachers suffered, students suffered. I suffered because as the overseer of communications, I got everybody's phone calls. Thank goodness eventually Lori White, a respected educator, became superintendent, and she led us through smoother waters for a number of years. So I am very surprised that you who went through those years with me are really fine about causing such disruption in the middle of a smooth sailing school year. I question your real motives. I question how this occurred so quickly at your first meeting, in unison, appearing to the public that there must have been discussions occurring behind the scenes in violation of the Sunshine Laws. I question if this decision is really independent of partisan politics, since many school districts around the country with new conservative board members like you are doing the exact same thing. They are firing the superintendent and other staff members. I question how your promises of transparency and taking politics out of education were honest, or were they really just partisan rhetoric to get yourself elected? I am telling you that public perception is very important. In my experience, once the trust of the community is broken, it will take years to build it back. I know, I've had the experience. Our students, our teachers are going to suffer in the meantime.
That's time. Thank you so very much. Next up is... So I was just about to thank all of the members of the audience for your jazz hands, because I thought you were doing well. I really do. We have many, many, many people want to speak. In order to get this through, I do respectfully ask that you show your appreciation through jazz hands so we can continue going through and it's not disruptive. I have Kyle, Mr. Would you please pronounce your last name so I don't do it correctly?
Quattlebaum.
Thank you so much. And
That's
then
the
I
best
have
I can
Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley coming up on deck. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Borrowing some of the words from a former supporter of yours, let me say this county has gone through 3 years of chaos, in no small part due to some of the members now sitting on the board. As a resident of this community and a member of the public school family, I watched a superintendent who navigated the needs of employees, teachers, students, and the community through extremely difficult times and managed to keep our district's grade point averages as high as any in the state. This new school board's response at its very first meeting is to promote additional chaos within our schools, not to mention the additional cost of hiring a new superintendent. It doesn't make any sense. Our superintendent has received above average ratings for his performance. The community deserves a board that cares as much about the students and the parents as it does about its political agenda. Do the responsible thing. Keep Superintendent Asplin on the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley, and on deck I have Robin Williams.
I was an Air Force pilot for 20 years, flew about 90 combat support missions. I went to work for General Motors, did a lot of work for Disabled Veterans Outreach. I was a foster parent for over 20 foster children, and I got intimately involved with the schools to help those kids out. One thing I think we need to talk about, and it's not talked about nearly enough, is we talk about a respect for an awful lot of things, but respect for our parents and respect for our flag are two things that ought to be top of the list beyond any of the academic teachings. We need to keep politics out of the classroom, and that includes the woke politics. Put the kids first. At the end of the day, put the kids first. Don't put the superintendent first. Don't put the superintendent staff first. Put the kids first. Sometimes nice guys need to move aside so that changes can be made. Or if they can make the changes, that would be fine. It seems as though non-teacher staff has increased, and I'm against increasing non-teacher staff. Everything that gets done should be directly tied to the students. If we hire a staff, or if the superintendent hires a staff, that staff is responsible for tying into the learning of our kids. And I think maybe that's not always been the case. My experience in General Motors was the staff would get out of the way of me doing quality down on the GM line because I was getting requirements to answer things and do things that the staff wanted me to do that didn't help me with the quality of the cars. In a previous job at General Motors, I had to eliminate 2 of 14 quality inspectors. That resulted in a savings of $150,000 a year. Over 10 years, that's $1.5 million. If you can realize those kind of savings, $1.5 million is a lot of money that can be turned towards helping our kids. And not only did I eliminate those 2 jobs, but the effectiveness of the work unit went up because there was redundant work going on. And at the end of the day, the efficiency and the effectiveness of that group was enhanced. So your job is to create a more effective organization and delete jobs that do not directly impact student performance. As you do this, keep the politics out of the school. And that's both sides of the politics. Woke or anti-woke, whatever you want to call it, need to stay out of the classroom. Do what is best for the kids, not the superintendent, not the district staff.
Thank you so much. I have next Robin Williams and Lila Newcomb.
My name is Robin Taub Williams, President of the Democratic Public Education Caucus of Minnesota and a lifelong retired educator. On November 22nd, I attended the school board meeting in Venice because I read in the Herald Tribune that there might be an effort to oust Dr. Asplin. Prior to the start of the swearing-in ceremony, I saw Ms. Marinelli and asked her if what the Herald reported was true, and she said she only finds out about things from the newspaper, too. She claimed not to know, so I asked if she would commit not to firing Dr. Asplin. She wouldn't and shut off the conversation. I then spoke to Ms. Rose prior to the start of the meeting about whether they would be considering firing Dr. Asplin at the meeting. She became visibly nervous and annoyed, said the conversation was over, and backed away. I then spoke to Ms. Ziegler about whether they'd be firing Dr. Asplin that day, and she said, of course not, as it's not on the agenda. It was rather shocking after seeing them smile and act like everything was cordial for the swearing-in ceremony. Then only moments later, Ms. Rose proposes a special meeting, the reason for which she didn't even state until asked. I'm not Christian, but this makes me think of the Last Supper, except there wasn't one Judas, but 4. And while it's not Passover or Easter, it was right before Thanksgiving. How deplorable. What deception and what a betrayal, not only of Dr. Asplin, but of the public, our educators and our students. Rather than looking surprised by Ms. Rose's request and asking for an explanation or having a discussion among the board members about it, it was 1, 2, 3, done. The only issue was the date. The whole thing certainly seemed orchestrated. Was Florida's sunshine law broken? Was there a coordinated effort in several county school districts where Governor DeSantis endorsed candidates who won and the new majorities immediately moved, as if on cue, to fire their school superintendents? Is the plan to maximize chaos, accelerating the drive to privatize public education? What highly qualified superintendent in their right mind would want to work here after viewing this outrageous ouster of a respected leader? Locally, is the plan also to cater to the extremists who helped get Zim elected? Let me remind you that these extremists supporting Zim used an ancient anti-Semitic trope during the school board campaign in calling the Jewish candidate a baby killer. These extremists included individuals from the anti-Semitic and racist Proud Boys. While they accused the other candidates of being rioters in Antifa, they were among those taking part in the insurrection.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Next up, I have. Next, we can be. I mean, I will go all night. I'm fine with that. I'm not really down for. I know this is a lot of passion. I'm trying to have as much grace, but I want to make sure everyone's heard and as everyone's able to be heard. Lila Newcomb and then Jean Crump.
Hi, I'm Leela Newcomb.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Everybody does it. Grandmother of 3 in Sarasota Public Schools. And I've also done a considerable amount of volunteering in a couple of different schools. So, but anyway, honestly, I'm nothing short, but are we listening? I am nothing short of heartbroken. Here we have this stellar human being, well-liked, who has only done an amazing job for our schools and our children, and who we may want to possibly terminate for no reason, and who himself has decided that it is better for him to back off rather than stir up more divisiveness, which helps no one. Now that is character. How did we get here? I believe this all started with the mask mandate, which was being done all over the globe in an attempt to control a deadly pandemic, and was voted on by the school board at the time and substantiated by hospital statistics. I know there are many opinions about this. That's fine, including the issue of parental rights. But right or wrong at the time about the masks, it is long since over, thank heavens. And it was never meant that Dr. Asplin does not respect parental rights overall. That is a fallacy in logic. And if anybody wants to know, it's called the continuum fallacy. So anyway, now what? I do hope that the Sarasota School Board might decide to set an example of being made up of the intelligent, thinking people that you are, who make up your own minds based on facts. If not, then you, like so many others, appear to be puppets for higher in government people. The whole country, in fact, the whole world is watching. I hope we are better than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Jean Crump, and then after that on deck is Sheila Van Nesse. I believe I said that correctly. Okay, so I'm going to call one more time Jean Crump if you're not in the room. Up next, I have, if I'm not saying your name correctly, I apologize, Sheila Van Nesse. Is that Sheila? Yes. Wonderful. Take your time. And then on deck is Aaron Mokos. Gosh, I want to say that right.
Thanks for holding this meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Dr. Sheila Van Ness. I'm a retired sociologist and former high school teacher. And I came here this evening because I'm concerned about the fact that I've heard nothing about why you want to fire a superintendent who obviously has a lot of support. If you are acting politically, which is suggested by what has happened so far, know this. It's a very old playbook that you're playing by. And it always fails in America because Americans take extreme pride in their public school system. They will not allow it to be driven into chaos in order to further the needs of some radical group. Know that you are being watched and that we will not allow you as a public to destroy our public schools here in Sarasota. People of Sarasota are here for a reason, and we take great pride in our schools, and we have great support for our children. So they are not to be toyed with, and just know that we are watching closely at what you do, and you can be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Aaron Makos and Lisa Schur. Are you able to hear me? Certainly, just put them aside and let me know, and then we'll put them, yeah, absolutely.
Hi, I'm Erin Mokas. This is my first time doing any public speaking here, but I've been watching the school board meetings for the last 3 years. I have a son who is a junior at one of the schools, and I've been very discouraged. I had to come to this meeting. Dr. Asplin, I respect you very much, and I think you've done a marvelous job, and my child does too. This is very disheartening to hear that Karen Rose, brought this subject up and that you guys voted in favor of holding this special meeting. It just seemed so orchestrated from the very beginning, and I was appalled that a public figure would do this. Public figures would do this. You guys don't even have hot seats yet. Your butts haven't been in the seats long enough, and you're already voting in favor of having a special meeting to fire the superintendent. That's appalling. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Lisa Schur, and then on deck, I have Wiley Crawford, I believe is the... Okay, so I'm going to keep moving, and then if anyone... Oh my gosh, I'm not usually known for being too quiet. So I would ask anyone in the audio side if we can make sure it's being heard back there. But I have Lisa Schur, and then I have Wiley Crawford, and then Rebecca Lees. Thank you for that.
My name is Lisa Schur. I'm a parent of a student in the district, and I'm one of the co-founders of the organization Support Our Schools, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the support and improvement of public education for all children. First, I wish to thank Dr. Asplin for his service. While I've often disagreed with you, and I believe I even threatened to sue you once, for taking books off the shelves and not following school policy, I've never doubted that you put the interest of our children first. For that, you have my immense gratitude. And just to clarify one thing, Mrs. Rose's motion at the swearing-in ceremony was specifically to discuss the termination of Dr. Asplin. So let's be clear about that. While I'm grateful to Dr. Asplin, unfortunately, I can't say the same with respect to 4 out of 5 of our current board members. Without even waiting an hour after the 3 new board members were sworn in, this fearsome foursome showed us that it is politics first, our children a distant second, or maybe they're even actually further down the list. I'll let my lawyers decide whether there's a colorable legal claim of a sunshine law violation by this board, but something sure smells rotten. As I stated last week, I hoped you would focus on important issues like closing the achievement gap, hiring and retaining our great teachers, and working on improving the reading levels of our students. But instead, you chose to pander to the loud minority and exercise your spite and vindictiveness by terminating a superintendent who was just rated highly effective on the 1st of November. You've chosen to throw this school system into chaos to sate your need for revenge and spitefulness. That's really sad. If it wasn't clear before, it is now. The end goal of this board and the Florida government is the full-scale destruction of public education in favor of privatization. Without public schools, our students will lose, especially the marginalized students. Public education is the great equalizer. I said equalizer. Without it, we will have lost one of the pillars of our democracy, and our students will not be able to compete in this world. You wouldn't believe the outpouring of negative comments we at Support Our Schools have received this week about this newly constituted board. There's a lot of buyer's remorse, I can assure you of that. If folks weren't awake before, I can assure you they're wide awake now. You might even say they're woke. It might be too late. It might be too late to change the August 23rd vote, but I can assure you, Mrs. Rose, the people will remember this when they go to the polls in 2024. It's time to stop the politics. Stop the vindictiveness. Stop the spite. We're watching, and our children are watching.
Thank you. I have Wiley Crawford and Rebecca Lees, and then on deck is also Dr. Michael Weddle, I believe is a D.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Wiley Crawford. I have a master's in teaching, and I was a high school teacher. And I underwent this same situation when I was a teacher, and the school board turned against the superintendent of schools. It was extremely disruptive, as you might imagine. And as a result, in our school, we created a teachers' union, which we had never needed up until that point. But I have to hand it to this new board. You all campaigned on unity, getting rid of the chaos and all the yelling and so forth. Mr. Enos campaigned on safety in schools, and minutes after getting elected, your true agenda seems to have been revealed, okay? I mean, without any discussion, apparently. So I have 2 questions for you. Do you think that you could have been elected, you new members, and Ms. Ziegler as well, if you had campaigned on firing the superintendent? I think you know the answer, and that's why you didn't reveal it in your campaign materials. The second question is, at this point, specifically for the new members on the board, wouldn't it be wise to get your feet wet and go interview some of the principals and the teachers to find out how they feel about the superintendent, maybe even the students? I think you'd find a lot of support, and I think you would find you have very little support if you pursue what appears to be your driven goal. So I'm going to give you guys grades, as I was a teacher. I give you an A in dirty politics and an F in integrity.
Thank you. I have Rebecca Lees and Dr. Michael Weddle, and then on deck behind that is Kathy Monda.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I'm sorry to have to be here under these circumstances. Hearing the initial statement tonight, I find there is a large disconnect between what is being said and the behaviors, and this always raises red flags. Consequently, I would have to think that this is rather disingenuous. You see, back in July, I happened to be watching TV, and I saw on Fox out of Tampa, when the Moms for Liberty had their national conference there, I saw a number of the leader moms rather joyfully saying on camera that one of their goals was to create chaos in public education. And I really took notice of that because I've been studying this kind of thing happening in schools since 2010. I was part of a social justice group in South Dakota where I previously lived, and we became aware of national orchestrated efforts to destroy public education. So now I would like to go to a couple years ago. I decided to go up to the last town hall that Dr. Asplin had during the COVID time at the high school there. And I really didn't know too much about this scenario here in Sarasota then yet. But I was appalled. It was a packed house, and he and his staff were up front and tried to conduct a very nice and honorable meeting. And all I can say is that they had such grace. They were attacked in the most heinous and egregious way that I could not believe it. And people that were sitting near me kept swearing and saying effing liberals and talking all these horrible things to the point where I got up and left because I did not feel safe. So I think Dr. Asplin deserves a lot of credit for all these meetings that I've come to here this last 6 months and what the negative things that have been aimed at him and also the school board. Things like CRT. CRT isn't taught in our schools, yet that keeps being brought up over and over. The mask situation. As a school health, public health, and community health professional, masks were a really important thing in dealing with this disease situation that we had. And keeping the politics out of this, I can't believe the constant mention of woke. And
Thank you very
lastly,
much.
I hope that the baby killer thing
Thank you very much.
goes away.
Next, I have Dr. Michael Weddle. I have Kathy Monda on deck, as well as Carol Lerner.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to the board for letting me speak. I'm a medical doctor and I'm a parent, and I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I don't have anything prepared or anything. I just know what I read in the paper, and I realized that this might be the only opportunity I'll have to publicly thank Dr. Asplin for his commitment to our community and the service that he's done here. You know, as a parent, I know the grades are important. I know the school ratings are important. They're more than just numbers. It really represents the future and success of our children. But as a physician, you know, I have to remind people all the time that during the pandemic, almost 1,000 school children died from COVID, ages 5 through 18. We have perhaps a child in Sarasota County who's alive today because of the work that Dr. Asplin and the board did during the pandemic. And we certainly have adults that are alive today because of the work they did in limiting the spread of disease from the classroom into the families, including some adults who, during those dangerous times, may have been duped into questioning the effectiveness of masks. Those people are alive today because of the work that they did. So, sir, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Kathy Monda, Carol Lerner on deck, as well as Elizabeth Bornstein. And then outside, just if there are any members that we called that weren't able to come up, if you just let me know when they come or are available.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kathy Monda, and I am a teacher in Englewood Elementary. I am saddened disgusted, embarrassed, and braced for disaster. Dr. Asplin, you have shown incredible leadership in the face of horrible adversity. You came to our district, you made it your mission to be present, get to know every school. Those on the move videos not only showed that dedication, but helped me see what was happening in other schools. I thought it was genius. I loved it and I respected it. I saw incredible programs through those videos. It proved to me that you cared about what was happening and that you wanted to get to know us. I was very proud when you came to our school and I was chosen to participate in that initiative. How can this terrible idea of separating you from our district possibly be seen as what would be best? I think exactly the opposite. Your proven, acknowledged, highly effective leadership has been a shining light in the darkness that has become our school board. Speaking of this school board, since when is it a logical decision to move towards firing somebody before working with them? 3 of you have been in this position for a minute and feel prepared to make this decision without input from families with children attending our schools, teachers, classified staff, administrators. Where's the survey for that? Where is the documentation showing this measure has any merit whatsoever? Take a look around at the support he has from those who should matter to you. How can you feel like a responsible member of this board after making such a reckless and unprofessional judgment just moments after your new board members were sworn in? It is shameful when doing what is seen as politically popular is more important than doing your due diligence. Very suspicious indeed. I, for one, would be very sorry to see you go, Dr. Asplin, and while I am sure that you would land on your feet and be welcomed by any and all school districts that put children, families, and teachers first, I would find myself embarrassed that I no longer work for a district that put my students, their families, myself, and my colleagues first. You are one of the good ones, and it's a shame that is being questioned by anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Carol Lerner, Elizabeth Bornstein, and Rhonda Peters.
Good evening. My name is Carol Lerner. I am a retired lifelong educator. I am also one of the leaders of Support Our Schools, which organized a lot of the people here today. And Dr. Asplin, I'd like to tell you, I don't know if you looked outside, but there's double the number of people outside, almost all wearing red, almost every single one here for you. We support you. We are I am personally totally distressed about what has happened. I have never seen anything like this. I mean, I have been following politics in this county since I moved here 7 years ago. I just didn't imagine that it would come to something like this. Dr. Asplin, you are a stellar superintendent. Like Lisa said, I haven't always agreed with every single thing that you did, but you have consistently stood up for what was right for students and teachers, even when it went against very powerful far-right forces that are trying to bring you down purely for political gains and as part of a larger scheme to bring down public education. Let me spend some time talking about some of our leaders here on the school board. Ms. Rose, I attended an event at the Hollow, much to the chagrin of many people that I know, including my husband. And at that meeting, you said you were one of them in the audience. And who was the audience? Proud Boys. You said that you wanted to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. Can you imagine someone on the school board wanting to eliminate the Department of Education? Ms. Marinelli, you were going to go to a fundraiser that was hosted by not only a Proud Boy, but a Proud Boy, James Howell, who was part of the vanguard of the Proud Boys on January 6th. You only backed down when it got to be such a big expose. Ms. Ziegler, you are one of the founders of Moms for Liberty. That organization has touched off what we're experiencing tonight. You, not too long ago, in the summer, sat on a stage with Senator Scott. And you, again, basically dissed public education.
Thank you very
Shame
much.
on you. all of
Elizabeth
you.
Bornstein, Rhonda Peters, and next after that, I have Mary Andrews. Can you guys hear me okay in the back? All right, thank you.
Once upon a time, last week, your new board convened, new members installed, all tasked with great responsibility, and students, families, administrators, teachers, and staff depending on you to build upon the strengths, improve the challenges, and work together as one for the success of all. Instead, what happened? Your fantasy narrative began. You made shady plans outside of the Florida sunshine and took immediate steps to fire our tried and true superintendent. What a horror show you created, trying to mask it with a web of chaos and confusion. On Thanksgiving, really? Shame on you. In my house over Thanksgiving, we reflect on all we're grateful for, how to help those in need and make a positive impact. It is so important, especially in uncertain times, to shine a light on all the goodness. Mr. Edwards, thank you for the reminder and being such a positive voice on the board. There really aren't adequate words to say to thank you, Dr. Asplin, all the administration, teachers, and staff of Sarasota County Schools. They all do so much every day to support our children's learning and development with a well-rounded education that honors achievement, diversity, and strengthens community. Dr. Asplin, you have done a heroic job, leading during 2 extremely difficult years with a pandemic, hurricanes, and storms of a different kind, partisan politics and extremism taking hold of Sarasota County schools. Even in the trauma and grief over the past week, you continue to set an example of incredible civility and respect for our community. Board members, the students are paying attention. They are keenly aware of the dysfunction and divisiveness in your boardroom where you have cultivated, condoned, and encouraged partisan extremism. This is not leadership. Instead, you've created dis-ease in our school community. You've been constructing this master plan, recruiting your minions for some time. It seems like just yesterday, kids at my child's school were bragging about going to a Stop the Steal rally, and then bragging about intimidating people walking to school during the mask pandemic protests. So before this story came from an outside source, I told my child, even though Dr. Asplin has done a really highly effective job and maintained an aid rating for the schools, this week, the school board will not allow him to do his job as superintendent any longer, and he will have to leave. Board members, what do you think a child might ask after hearing that? Oh, that's right, none of you have any children in Sarasota County schools affected by this drama. My child asked why, so I am here now asking you to explain why to our children. What explanation can you possibly give for the destructive changes you are making to the leadership along with the assumed next changes, the curriculum, media center, diversity? What next? Madam Chair, perhaps we will learn from your next War Room appearance with Steve Bannon. Just last week, ahead of being sworn in, you posted and promised parents will have a bigger voice, our teachers and staff will have strong support, and the education of our students will be the sole focus.
Thank you very much. Next is Rhonda
Enough
Peters,
of your empty promises
Mary Andrews,
and
Melanie Lipton. I'm sorry, just to repeat that in case you didn't hear. Rhonda Peters, Mary Andrews, and Melanie Lipton. Sorry about that.
At your very first meeting, this new school board decided to make an unequivocal statement about who you are. I want you to know we have heard very loud and very clearly who you are. We now know that you lied to us just to get elected. Your assurances of openness and eagerness to stop the vitriol were just hollow promises to gain voter support. You've confirmed that you are willing to hold our children hostage by using your noxious culture wars to boost your own personal agendas. We know that you will attempt to indoctrinate our children to believe that the U.S. is a white, fundamentalist Christian nation and groom them to share your hate for those who look, act, and hold beliefs and viewpoints different from your own. We know that you will teach them to believe only what they are told and to not let them think for themselves by removing any access they have to alternative viewpoints. We also know that you will fail. While bigotry, discrimination, and injustice are a part of our history, so too are the struggles to overcome them. You will fail, but the lasting pain, damage, and harm that you will cause will be totally immoral.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Mary Andrews, Melanie Lipton, and Rana Bazzini.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Mary Andrews. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I haven't prepared anything, actually. I was sitting in my car and decided to speak today. And I've been silent for over a year. And as I sit here and I listen to all of you speak about Dr. Asplin, and I had the pleasure of working for you for 1 year. And thank you for the masks. I felt safe until November 3rd when I was sexually assaulted by a student. And after that, I was sent home and told by my administration and your administration, and it's quite ironic to hear all of these wonderful things about you, because those are things that have been said about me. And they wanted to fire me, just like they want to fire you. And I was told, if you speak to any parent, student, child, or colleague, you will lose your job. You should know this as parents and community members. The truth should always be told, whether it's pretty or whether it's ugly. I believe you are a good man, and that's why I emailed you, but I never heard from you. And Karen, you are the only person who ever I've heard bad things about you. You have ethics. I am a teacher who has paid dues since 2005. I was sexually harassed. That's why this happened. Nobody picked up the phone. I reported sexual harassment before I was assaulted, and I was told during the investigation that none of the administration was allowed to have any contact with me. I called 4 times, and the administrations that did not pick up the phone. And so when I told my administrator, nobody picked up the phone. I'm glad I was assaulted and not one of the children. And that's why they sent me home, because they didn't want me to tell
Mrs.
the
Andrews,
parents.
I hate to interrupt you, and Dr. Asplin, if you, just given the
That's
severity of
okay,
the
that's all
allegations. No
I'm
interruption.
good.
I just want to make sure that, given the allegations, that we have appropriate member of staff to follow up, and
You can follow up. You all know about it. You all know about it. And so does the EEOC, and I've emailed you. And Karen, thank you because the Sarasota County Teachers Association never represented me. I was with all of the district, the superintendents by myself, trying to keep my job for a
Mrs.
year.
Andrews, I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I have Melanie Lipton and Raina Bazzini.
Hi, my name is Melanie Lipton. I'm here in support of Dr. Asplin. When he was hired, he was the top choice of a nationwide search and took over during a very tumultuous time during that. And also, he has, since then, Miss Rose, you graded him as effective. What happened? He received a overall evaluation of highly effective from the school board in 2022. We maintained an A rating in our district. I don't understand what the problem is here. Haven't we had enough chaos and disruption here in Sarasota County? I mean, Dr. Asplin has gotten us through some really tough, hard times. I mean, first we had a global pandemic. People are dying. We're going to online learning. It was stressful. It was scary. And then we had a hurricane. Our kids were out for 2 weeks, and some for 3 weeks. And Dr. Asplin worked tirelessly to get us back up and running. We had an active shooter alert at Riverview High School 2 days after getting back to school. Haven't we had enough? Sorry. And who do you have in mind to replace him? That's what worries me, is that are you going to hire somebody that's actually about education and about doing what's good for our teachers and our administrators and our students, or is it going to be just somebody that's for political reasons? Who do you have in mind? And all of this just reeks of politics and not what's good for our district. You ran on a platform of getting rid of politics in our schools, and here we are. Are you actually listening to your staff and your teachers, or are you listening to some Facebook group, some faceless people? My kids, we've been here for 7 years. We've been elementary school, middle school, in public schools here in Sarasota County, and the polarization I see here is disturbing. I mean, Proud Boys in the audience, like, that's what got me so involved. I'm like, what is happening here? I just, going forward, I hope that you consider the needs of all Sarasota County school students and not just the few. I implore you, as a mom of a Sarasota County Public Schools, to please reconsider firing Dr. Asplin. We just don't need any more chaos. Can't we have some consistency, please?
Thank you very much. I have Raina Bazzini. Oh, there you are. And next up, Paulina Testerman, and then after that, Karen Kirsch.
Good evening, Dr. Asplin and board. I'm going to take a little different tact. Speakers before me have really outlined chapter and verse why this was not a very thoughtful decision or reason to hold a school board meeting. I stand here very saddened and also puzzled. Although the school board candidates I supported did not win, we were opponents, not enemies. On a personal level, we've had positive interactions. Bridget, you always went along with me when I chastised you for wearing high-heel shoes while you were pregnant. I didn't bully her, I swear. And Tim, you and I talked about having a parliamentarian at the board. We thought that was a good idea, and we chatted about it. And when you left, I remember hugging you and wishing you farewell. He's very huggable, by the way. And I also remember chatting with Robin and her very personable husband. We've had delightful chats after the meeting on personal level. I mean, like I said, we were opponents, not enemies. And Tom, you were very good, because sometimes I treat you like I'm your mother, and I know I'm not. I sincerely hoped that we would be able to work together, honoring the principle of compromise without compromising our principles. Tom and Bridget know I've been coming to these school meetings and the workshops since 2016. I was hoping not to have to do this again. When Dr. Asplin was hired, it was like a breath of fresh air. After the tumultuous departure of Mr. Bowden, Dr. Asplin has dealt with all of the things that previous speakers have spoken with what I considered Jobian patience. He takes extra pains to explain what he's doing, the many legitimate issues that parents have, others not so much. And it's not an exaggeration to say I'm heartbroken that the first act after being installed was an attempt to fire Dr. Asplin. I'm at a loss to explain what possible reason you could have. It will disrupt the progress we've made, and it will create chaos, unless that is the motive. And Dr. Asplin, I'm a movie buff, and all of this reminds me of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and I hope you will really reconsider, because as you can see, you've got a hell of a lot of people that are at your back. And you really don't want to go to McCurdy's with me.
Thank you, Ms. Bazzini. Next up is Paulina Testerman, Karen Kirsch, and then after that I have, forgive me again, Martha Karlovitz. Apologies again.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Testerman. I am one of the co-founders of Support Our Schools, a local nonprofit committed to protecting public education, and I have 2 children in Sarasota County Public Schools. I wanted to personally congratulate the newly seated school board for working so hard to run this school district straight into the ground. In spite of their endless promises to, quote, remove politics from education, here we are politicking at breakneck speed. From the moment the board was sworn in and the reorganization meeting began, it took only 37 minutes to watch your campaign promises to not allow politics in education to vaporize into thin air. Since 2010, the Florida Department of Education ranks school districts based on a myriad of factors. Districts can earn an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F grade. There are 67 school districts in the state of Florida. Of those 67 districts, there have only been 2 districts that have managed to maintain an A rating through all the years since 2010. Those districts are St. Johns County and Sarasota County. What do those 2 school districts have in common? Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Asplin. He was a superintendent in both districts. That is either the world's biggest coincidence, or maybe, just maybe, Dr. Asplin is a competent superintendent. Dr. Asplin, you are not perfect. In fact, there have been many decisions that you have made over these harrowing 2 years that I have personally disagreed with. But that is the definition of a good superintendent, someone who isn't a lapdog for anyone, someone who rules with so much integrity that it may leave both sides feeling dissatisfied at times. That's diplomacy, that's professionalism, and we are heartbroken that those are qualities that the newly appointed school board doesn't want in a superintendent. Dr. Asplin, you're being forced out of your position as superintendent not because you were inept, but because you are not a bobblehead who just nods his head emphatically. You led with integrity, and on behalf of Sarasota County parents and teachers and students, we send you our heartfelt condolences. We are sorry that this board sees you, our students, and our teachers as nothing more than political pawns. This is enough. We are better than this. Our community, our schools, our teachers, for the love of God, this is the first time we've seen teachers come to these meetings because they are petrified of speaking out. You have muzzled them. You have muted them. They have no voice left. They should be a key part of this conversation. You should have been asking them how they felt about Dr. Asplin, not just making decisions on behalf of everyone. Just because you were elected does not mean you only represent the people who voted for you. You now represent all of us.
Thank you very much. Next up is Karen Kirch, Martha Karlovitz, and Linda Spoolstra.
Good evening. My name is Karen Kirsch. I am a lifelong resident of Sarasota County, a graduate of the school district, and the mother of 2 sons who are recent graduates. For the past 17 years, I've been an active school volunteer, and I have served as the president of 2 separate PTOs in this district. I was also appointed by Mrs. Ziegler to serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the superintendent search that resulted in the hiring of Dr. Asplin. Dr. Asplin, you were my first choice to lead this district. I was thrilled when you were hired, and I am saddened by your potential departure, but grateful for your service and your grace. Not that it should matter in this context, but I will also share that I am a lifelong conservative and registered Republican who votes in every election. As you know, the school board has 1 employee, the superintendent. He is required to implement the policies passed by the board, whether he agrees with them or not. The school board is supposed to be a nonpartisan entity, which obviously hasn't been true for a long time, including the last board. But what appears to be happening here now is that a group of people who are prohibited by law from discussing board business outside of the sunshine, within literal minutes of taking control, all coincidentally thought that their very first act as a new board should be to fire the superintendent for doing his job, including 2 new board members who have yet to work with him in that capacity for a single day, following a campaign in which none of them mentioned firing him, not even once, and without any public explanation of why they want him fired. For folks who talk a lot about transparency, that looks a lot more like hypocrisy. You are knowingly fomenting division and chaos after vowing to restore professionalism and order. I also caution you not to be too confident that you have the overwhelming support of our community to do whatever you please now that you are in control. To the extent that you have a mandate, please don't believe that it is unlimited in its breadth. I am well connected with teachers, administrators, citizens, and taxpayers of all political affiliations, and none of them support this board's treatment of Dr. Asplin. In short, please understand that the handful of people who show up screaming and snarking at every board meeting and who make up the echo chamber in which you may spend a lot of time do not represent the vast majority of voters or taxpayers. Neither do the leftist flamethrowers on Facebook who delight in labeling everyone who disagrees with them a fascist. Most of us are not members of either Moms for Liberty or Support Our Schools. We are not far right or far left. We are out here raising our kids, running our businesses, and standing smack dab in the moderate middle and on the side of common sense and reason. And we are watching. I cannot imagine that any high-quality or visionary educational leader would be interested in working for this district and the circus it has become. But we have one here now. Please put our teachers and our kids first and keep him here.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirsch.
Thank you.
Next is Martha Kolevitz, Linda Spoolstra, and Holly Downing.
My name is Linda Spoolstra, and I have lived in Sarasota for 11 years as of yesterday. I came here because I like sunshine, and I'm retired, and I have time to pay attention to everything that's happening. Little did I know what sunshine would mean to me today when we talk about the sunshine laws. I am so grateful for every part of the school board, the school district, the teachers, the superintendent, because public education, when I think back to my years, over 7 decades, it's the foundation of my life. It's what introduced me to the wider world. Yeah, I learned reading, writing, and arithmetic. I learned how to think critically, how to evaluate people when they speak. I learned so many things from public education. And one of the things I learned is that there is a universal principle, regardless of where you are in the world or what religion you aspire to. It goes like this: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Don't we all want that? That is not what has happened to Dr. Asplin and to his family. And I am so sorry and so sad right before Thanksgiving, after the hardships of these years, that this would happen to you, Dr. Asplin. I do not know you personally. I have not worked with you, but I've read about you. I know people who have, and you are the most highly respected person that we could have in your position. So thank you for what you are doing. And maybe, just maybe, with enough community support, we can change the course that we seem to be on right now. I like the term steward. It's an old one. It means that you are a person that is a steward of something valuable. You don't own it. None of us owns the public schools. It belongs to the community. And we do it for a while. We're a steward on a board or on a committee. We are doing that on behalf of others, not for ourselves. So remember that. You are a steward of public education. Ms. Ziegler, in an interview I read, you said, at the end of the day, our mission is to ensure that our children are receiving the highest quality academic education and that the learning and working environment is such that allows everyone to thrive. Beautiful words, but your actions mock them. And actions speak louder than words. You are bringing darkness to our community. That's something that I did not move here to experience. You have a highly competent and caring person that you are hurting. You are wreaking havoc on the entire community.
Thank you very much.
Beyond the teachers, beyond the students.
Thank you, Martha. Next up, I
Okay,
have
thank
Linda
you.
Spoolstra, unless I missed. Nope, yeah. Next, I have Linda Spoolstra,
No,
Holly Downing.
Excuse me.
Oh, I apologize.
Linda jumped ahead of me.
Sorry about that. So are you?
I'm Martha Karlovitz.
All right, very good. And then after that, I have thank you. I have Holly Downing and Margaret Jean Cannon.
Yes, I'm Martha Karlovitz, a resident of Virginia, and like the previous speaker, I also moved here to the Sunshine State. I'm a retired educator with over 50 years working for public education at the local, state, and national level. My particular field was as an elementary reading specialist. I've been watching the last year the desire to ban books from schools, which I find incredible, including one of my favorites, To Kill a Mockingbird. The Bible's also banned. So is my dictionary. We couldn't accept dictionaries this year in the schools. As a retiree here from the state of Missouri, when I got here, and I was active in the NEA in the state of Missouri and nationally, I organized a group of retired members from other states who live and vote in Sarasota County. There's over 800 of us in Sarasota County that are from other states. About 100 have joined our group as members because they want to maintain an interest and action in what's going on at the local and state level. Dr. Asplin has come to a couple of our meetings and shared with us in a very non-political way the strengths and issues going on in the district, and we appreciate the time that you have spent with us. We also think you have done an excellent job in maintaining the Sarasota County School District and maintaining the A+ rating. Regarding the issue I've seen in the papers about you requiring masks because of COVID, and that's one of the concerns of some of the board members, as a senior member of the community, and one of those members that is most vulnerable to COVID, I think that was the right decision. Parents have rights, but they also have responsibilities. Do you require your children to wear seatbelts in the school, in your cars, or is that your right not to do so? With this decision or motion that was made last week, I hope you will reconsider that. I question the cost to taxpayers, the dollars that will be spent, not only in relieving Dr. Asplin's contract, but finding a new superintendent. Who will want to teach here? Who will want to be a superintendent here? Please reconsider this decision, and if that's no longer a possibility, please keep politics out of your decision-making and observe the Sunshine Law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Holly Downing, Margaret Jean Cannon, and Sandy Armstrong.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I had something I was going to say, but so many other community members have come up here and said basically what I wanted to say in such a great way. And so I wanted to thank all those other people for speaking their minds so well. So I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I think the school board owes the community a transparent and detailed explanation for its consideration of the removal of a superintendent who, from everything I've heard and I've experienced, is well respected in the community and has done a really good job. I want to address the idea that several people have said to the board about "we'll be watching you." And the first time I heard that, I thought, gee, gosh, that sounds kind of like a threat. which I don't think it was meant that way. I'd like to remind everybody that we have 2 new school board members, and just as they need to give Dr. Asplin a chance, we need to understand where they're coming from and maybe give them a chance. We also need to be mindful that Dr. Asplin, if you decide to stay, that, you know, you 5 board members and Dr. Asplin are going to have to find a way to get past this and work together and do what's right for the community. And so I just wanted to remind you of that instead of what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Margaret Jean Cannon, Sandy Armstrong, and Joan Mason.
Good evening. It is also my first time to attend this board meeting, and I have 3 grandchildren that are in school, 2 of them in high school and 1 just getting into middle school. So what I'd like to do today is talk about a couple of things, and some of this is a little bit of a repeat. First of all, thank you, Dr. Asplin, for your service, and thank you, board members, for your service. Now, the Sarasota County Public Schools, on an average, have a math proficiency score of 71% versus Florida Public Schools' average of 59%. The reading proficiency is 66% versus the statewide average of 66 versus statewide average of 56. Sarasota schools have a ranking of 10 to 10 and is in the top 5 of Florida's public schools. Sarasota ranked 2nd, as we heard, and St. Johns County 1st in the A ranking for schools. Thank you again, Dr. Asplin, for both of those schools. I want to say one more time that the loss of ground that students achieved or had in the pandemic years, Brookings Institute addressed that in a number of different ways. They went on to say that while the 2-year mark and the initial waves of pandemic-induced shutdowns hit the academic normalcy, remained out of reach for many of the students. It also, cases in our schools faced a lot of problems, staff shortages, high rates of absenteeism, quarantines for students and teachers, rolling school closures, etc. That impacted scoring, and that is still there today. And I don't see the school board addressing that as the first urgency, which should have been addressed. I will go on to say that they said, furthermore, most of us have never lived through a pandemic, and there's so much we don't know about students' capacity for resilience in these circumstances. And there is timeline for recovery. And what are we doing with this timeline for recovery? We're adding some additional chaos, which is, I think, unacceptable. We do not suggest that teachers are somehow at fault at achieving, this is Brookings Institute, the drop that occurred, rather that educators had difficult jobs to perform during the pandemic and are now contending with new challenges outside of their control. And now we're going to add another one. So I want to add one more thing. Today, we got the New England Journal of Medicine. It can publish its conclusion about lifting masking mandates. And I've got 8 copies for you. It was published on November 24th. Their conclusion, school districts in the Boston area that lifted masking requirements with the association, they had an additional 49.9% COVID cases per 1,000 students and staff 15 weeks after statewide masking was rescinded. So just to let you know, and I've made copies of this so you can read it.
Thank you very much.
We are going in the right direction.
I have Sandy Armstrong, Joan Maison, and Christy Carwatz.
Hello. I, first of all, am concerned about the seeming coordination of election of some of the new members and people who were just elected again with the Proud Boys. I think it's very frightening, and people all across the nation, as someone said earlier, are watching us, and they're watching you. People that I know in other states say, how can you even live there? Well, if people like me who care don't live here, what are we going to do? I'm very concerned that several of you did not follow the Sunshine Law and that you violated it. And I think this needs to be looked at. I don't know if the attorney of the school board looks at it or someone else, but somebody needs to look at it because this seems very, it's hard to believe that it wasn't coordinated. I also want to say to the voters of Sarasota who did not bother to vote in the school board election, shame on you. Shame on you. You know, this is what happens when people don't bother to vote. There are a lot of people who are really concerned about what this board may be doing with Dr. Asplin right now, and I suspect many of those didn't bother to vote, and I'm very sorry about that. Dr. Asplin, as some people, I didn't always agree. I've come to a lot of these meetings with what you do, but boy, I sure think you've done a good job, and your demeanor has just made it easy for us as citizens who care about our schools and care about our children. Thank you so much to you and to your wife for moving here and helping us. And I can understand wanting to negotiate leaving when you have a group that, before they've even sat on a board meeting with you, is trying to get rid of you. I get it, but I sure hope you change your mind and you stay. We need you. I think that you've been, voted as highly effective. Your evaluations, I don't know how you can get rid of somebody, y'all, who's been called highly effective and effective. I'm concerned that we're destroying our public schools, and I'm concerned, as an aside, that you're using our taxpayer money. Even if Dr. Asplin leaves, you're going to have to pay him some of my money and some of everybody's money in here and in this town that you didn't earn. Taxes are hard enough, and that money needs to go for our schools, not at ripping our schools apart. So I want to thank Tom Edwards for hanging in here. I don't know how you've done it all this time, but God bless you. And please think about our children and not about destroying our schools, not about changing all the schools to something that aren't public. Please really rethink what you're doing here.
Thank you very much. Joan Mason, Christy Carwat, and then after that I have Andrea LaFerrer.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. I don't have anything prepared. I figured that I was going to be irate enough that I probably shouldn't write it down to begin with. I am a retired New Jersey middle school teacher. I belong to Suncoast NEA Retired, and I'm very proud of that. We try to stay as current as possible with what's going on, and I have to tell you, what is happening in the state of Florida, and specifically in Sarasota County, scares the hell out of me. It's national news. Proud Boys, part of the insurrection in Washington. You people, some of you people had them campaigning for you. The terrible lies that they told against some of the other candidates. Dr. Asplin, I have been at meetings when you came to visit us at Suncoast, and I really appreciate the job that you have done the past 2 years. And to the board, with the exception of Tom Edwards, shame on you. Shame on you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Christy Carwat, Andrea LaFerrer, and after that, I have Lisa Fisher.
Good evening, Dr. Asplin, school board members. It was very difficult for me to come out tonight, not because of this, but to let you know how important tonight is. We just found out we're going to have to put our dog down, and I wanted to be home with my dog, but this is too important, and I think my dog would appreciate it. I am here today as a teacher who has worked in Sarasota County School District for 39 years. The last 29 years, I have been at Sarasota High School. It is my home away from home. I chose teaching as a profession because I wanted a career in which I could make a difference. And I can honestly say that I genuinely enjoy teaching. I have often thought that I would like to move up to a higher position, like two of my former colleagues here who have worked in the school system, who moved up to the landings and now are on the school board. Many people do that when they burn out and they want to get out of the classroom. But I have always known that the classroom is where I am meant to be, because that's where I have direct contact with the most important part of this school system, and that is the student. You know, this is the first time in all of those years that I have attended a meeting in person. I have watched them online. It's the first time I've ever spoken at a school board meeting, but I guarantee it's not going to be the last. I have worked under many superintendents, some good, some bad. I can honestly say that none of them had to face such challenges as a pandemic and a hurricane in their first 2 years on the job as Dr. Asplin has had to do. In my opinion, as a teacher, I believe Dr. Asplin provided stellar leadership during the pandemic and the hurricane. He put the welfare of our students and staff above all else. For that, Dr. Asplin, I'm very grateful. You have proven to me as a teacher, and I spoke to many of my colleagues today who are not here today, that are just appalled at what is happening. And we all agree that you are a top-notch educator and that you are focused on a high-quality education for our district students, and we want to thank you for that. I know it's probably pointless to try to change the minds of this board because I think that mind was already made up a while ago, even before the election. I also know it would almost be impossible to expect Dr. Asplin to stay and to continue working for this board, a board whose chairperson has always said she's all about transparency, yet who has blindsided the whole community with this plan to fire Dr. Asplin. I totally understand your decision to leave if you do, Dr. Asplin.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Andrea.
I will not be far behind.
LaFair, Lisa Fisher, and Mary Mann.
Hi, I am Andrea Lefevre, a teacher at Glen Allen Elementary, a Title I school in Northport. Many of you have not come to my school, but Dr. Asplin has. I have been a teacher and parent in Sarasota County Public Schools for 19 years and have been through 4 different superintendents and numerous board member changes. This is the first time that I have ever felt the need to come to a meeting to stand for what is right, because I do not feel that the new board is thinking about the impact this decision not only has on students, but also the staff in our district. It is, in fact, the teachers and staff that feed off of the strong teacher, student-focused leadership of our superintendent. During the change from no leadership to new leadership to the COVID pandemic and now a major hurricane which greatly impacted Northport, and yet again, you did not come visit us. He has guided us in the most uncertain times and has kept all the ships upright and sailing so we can continue to be an A-rated district. Without the focused effort of the staff, there would not be Sarasota County Public School System. Although politics has no business in public schools, as a Republican voter in Sarasota, I deserve to know why this new Republican board is looking to fire Dr. Asplin, when some of you have not had firsthand experience with his leadership. And his evaluation and our district data shows that he has done a phenomenal job, highly effective, according to the board, and he has yet to have a normal school year. Do we know what normal is anymore? Dr. Asplin, I urge you to please stay with us, and I hope that the board will reconsider their decision to fire him so that he can continue to make our district where someone wants to work. I, for one, planned on spending my 35 years in this district and am now reconsidering that because of this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Fisher and Mary Mann, and then after that, I have Mary Daly.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Fisher, and this is my 25th year in Sarasota County Schools as an employee. I'm reading this letter on behalf of a colleague because she'd like to remain anonymous. Dear Sarasota County Board, please understand I truly appreciate the work you do and the guidance you provide our district. I don't for a second think your jobs are easy. However, today I will be wearing red in support of Superintendent Dr. Asplin. Hands down, he has been one of the strongest superintendents with the highest caliber of leadership I have ever worked for in my 25 years as a school board employee. It is unfortunate how our current political landscape has brought us to this place in education. When I began my career in 1999 as a public servant, where I stood in politics made no difference because the calling was the students. For those of us who still feel that way, the state of our polarized district is very disappointing. My life's work has been to grow as an educator so that my students will be successful and the teachers I work with will understand and implement best practices to a higher standard. The circus this has turned into is more about putting us in a political crosshairs than it has about doing what's right for teaching and learning. With Dr. Asplin as our leader, the district has never been a stronger state of communication with the community, its teachers, and families. He has brought a more comprehensive strategic plan than I have ever experienced, and he has worked hard to build a climate of culture of trust among the school leaders. As a parent of high schoolers that attend our public schools, I fully understand the importance of having a strong parental presence amid difficult times culturally. I'm a conservative Christian woman with values similar to many of yours, and I'm still dumbfounded by what is transpiring. Trying to reconcile why our school district's board is making such outlandish decisions seems impossible to understand. To say that this is what the community wants is a misconception. The community may have voted you in, but they are not asking you to push out our superintendent and take over every decision as an educator. Again, thank you for the service you provide our district. Please just consider pausing for a moment to reflect on this very pivotal point in our district's public education journey and the ramifications of your collective decisions. On behalf of my esteemed colleague and myself, thank you for your time and consideration. Dr. Asplin, thank you for all that you have done, and I truly pray that you will be here to continue for many years to come. And since I haven't got the beep to leave, on behalf of myself, as I said, 25 years, I have dedicated my life, including bringing my children to school with me, raised them in our schools. I do feel like I can speak on behalf of many of the teachers in this district that have filled this parking lot and have filled this room. And I've had the privilege to stand before them and represent them as Teacher of the Year and other ways. Please listen to our voice.
Thank you very much. I have Mary Daly, and Anita Hollick.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Asplin. My name is Mary Daly. I'm a full-time resident of Sarasota and another retired educator. I have a graduate degree in school administration. I taught at Northwestern and New Trier High School. I'm a strong supporter of public schools. I am saddened and angry that Dr. Asplin has been challenged and asked to resign. Chosen after an expansive and expensive nationwide search, he brought stability and fresh ideas to the district. He has worked to maintain our A average, promoted student safety in a time of great difficulty, and student health. He has led us during this health crisis and worked with teachers, staffs, and parents to provide quality education to our students. I am also troubled that this action was taken behind closed doors in clear violation of the Sunshine Act. The idea that the school board is nonpartisan is fake news. The action against Dr. Asplin is blatantly political and wrong. And I ask you, Mrs. Rose, is it true, the rumors we heard, that you are hoping to become superintendent on an interim basis?
Thank you very much. I have Mary Daly and, I'm sorry, apologies. There were two Marys back to back. Anita Hollick, Nova Mitchell, I'm sorry if I didn't read that correctly, and then Sebastian Martinez.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Anita Hollick, and I have been a resident of Sarasota County for over 40 years. I do not have children. I did not have children ever in the school district. I have really not had very much of dealings with the school system as a whole. However, the jewel of Sarasota for many, many decades has been our school system. And I want to see that continued, because for people like myself who do not have children in the school district, we are proud to support the school district in Sarasota. I support the superintendent that we have now. For many years, there was chaos when it came to the superintendent, and there was comings and goings and this kind of thing. We now have stability, but we have a school board that has brought dissension to our community. And I, for one, do not want to see it continued. I volunteered and worked diligently for some of the people who were not elected to this board. But I was willing, as a voter, to be behind the people that were elected in this community. But this board is now a disappointment to me and is a disgrace to our community.
Thank you very much. I have Nova Mitchell and Sebastian Martinez, and then after that, Ashton Beaudry. And I'm sorry, I know I didn't, if you could say your name correctly for me, I apologize.
Nora Mitchell.
Thank you. Oh, there was something in between. Apologies.
No worries. Well, good evening. Hello, my name is Nora Mitchell. I am a current high school senior at Booker High School here in the county. So when I spoke at my first board meeting 2 years ago, I was a high school sophomore, and I came because I was disturbed because the district was being run by a small subset of ultra-conservative parents who are more concerned with their own interests than that of our students. I stand here now, I'm about to graduate, I've witnessed my peers come and go, I've seen my class grow into a bunch of young adults, and I've even seen myself grow far beyond who you all met 2 years ago. And yet amongst all of these changes outside of school, within the landing walls and within our community, absolutely nothing has changed. Like many of tonight's speakers, I'm somewhat resigned to what will happen here tonight. I understand that despite our best efforts, we will likely not sway any votes or change any minds. However, first and foremost, I will say, firing a superintendent halfway through the school year is not what is best for the county. Despite my personal feelings, I do not believe that the school board should have an uninhibited power in this county, and I don't believe that politicians should use superintendencies as playing fields for political gain. Despite my understanding of what is going to happen in the next hour, I still wish to be clear with our new school board and to the district at large. Tonight, when you make this decision, do not disrespect or dehumanize our students. Do not claim that this decision is what is best for our students. Do not lie and say that you kept students in mind when you made this decision. Don't mock us. Don't lie and claim that you care about your students, your staff, or your teachers in this county. Because if you vote to fire Dr. Asplin, it is abundantly clear that you do not. If we are taking this step into the county's future, I demand you be honest. Firing Dr. Asplin amongst the other county employees, who I'm sure are next, choosing to investigate the nonprofits that are working diligently for our students and fulfilling whatever other election promises that you have made is not for the benefit of the students, the teachers, or staff within our county. It is not for the benefit of the vast majority of this county. It is to benefit the political aspirations of our school board members and the politicians who supported them. And it is to benefit the parents and community members in this room who were manipulated into following them. So let's be honest. This is your first stage in targeting every student who is not white enough, rich enough, straight enough, or conservative enough, or who... Be honest, there are no boogeymen in our schools. There are no nefarious nonprofits or indoctrinating instructors. Be honest. The decisions made last week and what will be made tonight and onward is a power play. So now is the time to stop lying. The district is not working as one for the success of all. It is working as one for the success of some. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Sebastian Martinez, Ashton Beaudry, and Michelle Posey. What's up, Ashton?
No idea how I'm going to follow that up. But good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and Superintendent Dr. Asplin. My name is Sebastian Martinez. I'm a proud graduated student from Booker High School and a product of this school district. I'd like to start off by expressing my disappointment and concern with this school board. I watched as this board was sworn in with an open mind and hoping to see leaders, independent thinkers, people who have the best interest of our district in mind. Despite some blatantly ignorant comments made by sitting members during their campaigns, I still had some distorted sense that you could harbor the capacity to maintain and improve our district. School board members are elected to work collaboratively on creating plans for bettering our district's education, to address issues within our district, not to be focused on scoring political points or making statements. Our county needs leaders who can challenge ideas, not a circle of yes men. I'm disappointed in the district's direction to part with a superintendent who was rated highly effective, who has served as superintendent on the 2 districts that have consistently maintained an A rating, who, although I didn't support 100% of the time, I still believe had the best interest of students at heart. Each candidate elected to this school board during several points in their campaign ran on the premise to remove politics out of our schools, to heal divisiveness, and to bring transparency to this board, and I 100% agree with that. But deciding to terminate a highly qualified and highly effective superintendent is the exact opposite of having the best interest of our county's largest stakeholders. It's a move to replace a qualified candidate with a complacent one. The largest stakeholders in public education are students. They deserve a board whose focus is improving their standards of education, who want them to succeed, not one who is busy playing politics on their high chairs, or to satisfy urges they may have with their newfound power. Transparency was a key component and goal of these members during the campaign for office, but there was no transparency, no comment, nor discussion regarding the decision or reason to terminate Dr. Asplin's contract. In case you hadn't discussed it prior amongst each other privately, away from the eyes of parents and students, violating Sunshine Law, then to the new board members, your solution to better the district's education, stability, and general ranking was to remove one of the more qualified candidates for the job. It's the fact that you decided to entertain the idea of terminating Asplin's contract without ever properly evaluating him. And if rumors are true in regards to Karen Rose serving as interim superintendent, she will never fill Dr. Asplin's shoes. What new qualified applicants would want to come to a district with such a polarized approach to education? The reality of the situation is none, and I believe you know that. You started your new tenure in office with an embarrassing mistake. Stick to your campaign promises. That may be too much to ask, but act like adults. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have Ashton Beaudry, Michelle Posey, and Ed LaFrance.
Hello, new board members. It's so wonderful to see all of you up there tonight. I'm here tonight in support of the decision of firing Superintendent Asplin. Dr. Asplin, when you stepped outside earlier, who were you waving to? A little kid next to me asked me if that was the president. Quote, from your email that was sent out to parents yesterday, I am completely humbled by the abundant outpouring of support from our past and present Sarasota County school teachers, administrators, and support staff, our teachers union, our business and community leaders, and our committed foundations, and the Herald Tribune, and the good citizens of Sarasota County. I didn't notice where you mentioned the children or their parents, because without them, you wouldn't be here. Also, I noticed that the Democrat organization of Sarasota County, the Teachers Union, Support Our Schools, the Herald Tribune, and the foundations all put out a call to action for all these people who've never shown up to a school board meeting. They're all here. For what? You? For the foundations? For the newspaper? For the Democratic Party? The results were clear in August. When we were outside, I watched one of them tell a conservative mom, go die. I had someone flip me off and push my phone in my face. These people don't represent the majority of Sarasota County. This is what you bring to this county, and we're done.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask the audience again. I think that we've been very, very well maintained and respectful, so if we can continue that again, even if someone is speaking with a different viewpoint. Excuse me. Next up, I have Michelle Posey, Ed LaFrance, and Rudolph Lusick. And if I don't know if I said that last name right. So I have Michelle Posey, Ed LaFrance, and Rudolph Lusick.
Michelle Posey from District 3. You'll have to forgive me.
I did not get the email with all the talking points today and to wear the red shirt, so I'm just going to speak from my heart. Lisa, maybe you can get my email next time. Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, it's so great, and it's a breath of fresh air to see change up on the dais. And you all ran on campaign promises. And when people do things that Dr. Asplin's done throughout the last year, it's not uncommon to reevaluate and to think about firing somebody. We all live by those means during our life, so you're not above that. I think you guys all ran on campaign promises and to right this ship, and I wholeheartedly anticipated that meaning looking into Asplin's sweet deal contract that he got from the Goodwin regime. I will tell you, there's been a lot of talk about the sunshine laws from people that I've never seen here before. I'm so glad we have such excitement around our school board again. I hope you guys continue to come. But I just wanted to save some of you legal fees since you threatened to look into sunshine law violation. There was actually a sunshine law violation on this dais. Who can guess who it was? Dr. Asplin, when you formed the equity committee and they met outside of the sunshine. You violated sunshine law. That is grounds for dismissal. I mean, I don't have to like you personally. We've had words. We're adults. We can agree to disagree. But you've broken sunshine laws. So all those that were really up in arms about sunshine law, there you got it. That's why you need to be removed. You were the puppet of Jane and Shirley, and I'm sorry that you were, because maybe we missed out on your best days. If you were given the freedom to really bring what you have, I mean, I wholeheartedly mean that. Maybe in a different day, this would have worked, but you allowed yourself to be their puppet. And the only thing I can't even feel sorry for you, because your severance pay will be twice the median income for Sarasota County families. So I don't feel sorry for you. The only thing I think we should try to negotiate is how we can work Tom Edwards' exit along with it.
Thank you. I have Ed LaFrance, Rudolph, is it Lusick, and Alice White. Let me try that again. Can you hear me? Ed LaFrance, is that you? After that, Rudolph, I don't know if it's Lusick or Lulek, and then Alice White.
First of all, I'd like to thank the school board for bringing transparency, because, well, the first actually person I'd like to thank is Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, who I haven't heard anybody give thanks to tonight. But I'd like to read these words of his from Proverbs 6:16 and 19, given to Solomon, the wisest man ever to live. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. Continuing from there to the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 8, but the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. So I've heard a lot of discord here, a lot of vitriol thrown at the board, but I haven't heard a lot of facts thrown at the board. I have facts. I come with facts. I'm a parent. I'm a single dad to 6 children. I stand here, and Paul said, the apostle, amongst those who are the sinners, I am chief. So I represent not myself, but these children. Would you stand up, please, children? Who have suffered at the hands of Dr. Asplin severely. They've had their trajectory cut short by a boy who physically battered, 6'2", my 14-year-old daughter. Almost broke her wrist. It's all documented. It's all here. Extensive. I've heard another woman who came up and accused the system of not paying any attention to her, a claim of sexual harassment, assault. Well, that's exactly what happened here. And as Paul said, since we were all foolish, let me be foolish for a minute also. I graduated summa cum laude for the #1 business specialty school in the world, Babson College. The founder of Home Depot went there, other similar people, princes of countries, etc. My first job out of school, I oversaw $60 billion worth of positions for Harvard's endowment. We did swaps with the Vatican. I've started my own businesses, done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate transactions. I have a following of 2,500 people on LinkedIn that include CEOs of major corporations, the founder of North Face, so I can be foolish too, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to represent children, and if everybody says they're here for the same reason, I haven't seen it yet. I see a lot of people, and the hand that gives is above the hand that takes. The love of money is the root of all evil, the Bible says. I see a lot of people who have a lot of vested interest. The law was broken. Battery was committed. Omission and commission of crimes, actual crimes occurred. And then the younger boy, 9 years old, and both of them are in the school system for the first time, was lost by the transportation department last week.
Thank you so much. Mr. LaFrance, I don't know if you have a documentation, you can lead it with Ms. Kathleen. This is the second very serious accusation. I don't want to be sending anyone on their way, so that we can make sure appropriate people look into it. Thank you very much. Next after that, I have Rudolph, and I apologize if it's Lulek or Lusik, Alice White, and Kathleen Susher. So I have Rudolph Lusik. I'm sorry, state your name.
I'm Alice White.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to thank all of you for listening. I know what that's like sometimes to have to listen to people, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate all that you're doing, and I know how awkward this is when you don't have a conversation with people, that you just have to listen. First, I've been a Northport resident for 32 years, and I was a teacher for 36 years, 30 years with Charlotte County. And that was because when I came to Sarasota, there was a hiring freeze for Sarasota County teachers. But as a teacher, we were always looking to improve our test scores, and St. John's was always used as the holy grail, so to speak, of what we were aspiring to be in Charlotte County. And I want to thank Dr. Asplin for bringing that holy grail to Sarasota County, because I think that speaks volumes about your accomplishment. This current situation, though, and even I think it was last year, yes, I did attend one of my first school board meetings last year, and I left in tears because of the discourse that was shown during that meeting. And I had great hopes that this school board was going to not continue to partake in that and bring a atmosphere of unity, and it doesn't seem like that's really happening. Also, those two students that came up and spoke just exemplify the great talent that we have, and also the beauty of allowing free thinking and not to create an atmosphere of discourse and fear of retaliation when you don't conform, which is what has been happening in this county and in Florida for a number of years. And as a teacher, I just want to leave with, I always had to show measurable results that my students were succeeding or at least improving. So I was very surprised when I read about the talk that there was talk about letting our superintendent go, because I didn't hear anything about measurable results for years that would warrant even a discussion about his dismissal. So again, thank you for doing this and for allowing the public to speak.
Thank you very much. Kathleen Susher, Summer Grantham, Ruth Follett, and I'm not sure if they're outside. If I don't see, I'll put them aside, and then we can keep going. I think okay. If
Yes,
you can
hi.
state your name just so I make sure I'm not, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, hi, I'm Kathleen Sikora.
Perfect.
And I am a teacher at Pineview School, mathematics teacher, and I'm also a parent of a Pineview student. And I honestly just came tonight, in case this is my last opportunity, to tell Dr. Asplin what a wonderful job you have done. I have loved working in this county. I think you've done an amazing job, and I would really have been upset if I had not had the opportunity to tell you that. I really hope, though, that you're not going to leave, and that you'll still be here, and I'll enjoy many more years working with you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have Summer Grantham, Ruth Follett, Angela Hollister.
Hello,
My name is Summer Grantham, and I'm a 25-year veteran here in Sarasota County. I taught at McIntosh Middle School, Booker High School, SCS, and I now teach at Pineview School. I also have 2 students who attend school in the district here. I did not prepare anything, and I'd like to say thank you so much for the people who did, because I think so many great things have been said, really wonderful points, and really thoughtful things have been said tonight. What I have formulated as I've been sitting here listening in reflection of the past few years, it's been very chaotic, very disruptive. This year has been no change. At the beginning of the year, the board's interpretation of the parental rights, the new parental rights law, put all of the teachers in chaos. We had to scramble to get permission slips. Teachers who teach English had to document every book in their library. The students who just spoke their parents did not have to opt into anything. They were raised and came through our Sarasota County district with no problems, as you could tell. For me, it's been very challenging to have students who attend high school and drive themselves to school have to get a permission slip to attend a service club. I think that if students are on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and whatever else they're on, that's where they're getting their information. They're not getting their information from me. So that's what I wanted to say a couple of months ago. What I came tonight to say is that Dr. Asplund, for me, has been very apolitical. He's been given direction, and he's been doing that. He has really not stood out in any negative way politically, thank you. And so I think that's his job, and I think that's really what we want here in Sarasota County. We really don't need partisan politics, and we don't need to be divided anymore. We need to be coming together. If we wanted Karen Rose as our superintendent, then we probably would have put her in that position had she shown interest. So right now it's Dr. Asplund. We'd really like him to stay. I think, again, I'm reiterating what everybody else has said, but thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Actually, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. We need to replace the batteries in the mic, and I'm sure everyone can stretch, but 5 minutes. So we are at 7:06, so at 7:11.
One, two, test. Test.
I'm going to give a 1 minute notice. Is there? Check 1 2 1 2.
I don't know. Like, I don't think you have to be that close, but it's just like.
Do you want me to test it? 1 minute notice.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, I mean, they're loud right now, but I think it is. I think if, like, it's supposed to be able to pick you up.
Thank you, everyone. If you can please take your seats so we can get moving. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys can all please take your seats. Can you hear me? Sorry. No one can hear me on the mic, so this works. Thank you so much. If you guys can all please take your seats. Thank you so much. I know that there was an individual who didn't hear me when I called, so I'm going to start with Mary Mann. Then I have Ruth Follett and Angela Hollister. And thank you for taking your seats.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Mary Mann, and I have spent over 50 years in education in Miami-Dade County. While I visited Sarasota since the 1960s, I moved here 4 years ago when I became a permanent resident here. And while in Miami-Dade, I worked with about 6 different superintendents. Some of them were excellent, and some of them were not so good. So I watched the board's last search as an interested person since I've been in education for so long, and I was very pleased with the selection of Superintendent Asplin. From all I read, he seemed to be a great choice, a man willing to work with all partners, with parents, with teachers, with businesses, and everyone else. And more important, he pledged not to use his position as a stepping stone to some other position, which many superintendents do. He was hands-on. My daughter's a teacher. I know he visited her school and walked through those classrooms. And that was something very rare for the superintendents to do, at least in Miami-Dade County. He came into this district at the worst possible time. In over 100 years, we hadn't suffered a pandemic. And 2 hurricanes, which we suffer every now and then, on top of that, and he had a way to keep the system afloat and do a good job. He gave the students and parents an option when we finally went back to school. I know I taught my 8-year-old grandson in 2nd grade with remote learning and sat with him and learned a lot in 2nd grade, I have to say. And yes, we had masks, and to tell you the truth, I know that the governor was against masks, and I'm hoping that you all didn't come into this office to settle that dispute for the governor, because I know he has a habit of taking out his anger on different companies and people, as with Disney World. So I'm hoping that that's not the case here. We had masks, and I was happy that my grandkids wore masks when they went back to school. I'm 80 years old, and I was glad that I didn't have to have that coming into my house. And I think the superintendent, as related to masks, was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. So I think that the fact that he did the job that he did was really important. That you would let this talented man go without even working with him astounds me. I would like to recommend what we used to do with kids in school who had problems with each other. We sat them down in a peer group, and there was someone there who worked with them and worked out the differences and figured out ways to work together. Because I think you can see that this community is very much behind this superintendent.
Thank you so very much.
that
go
you're
ahead.
open enough to
Thank
do
you.
the same. Thank you.
Thank you again. I have Ruth Follett, Angela Hollister, and Barbara Vaughn.
Hello. I am appalled at how swiftly you are moving to remove the superintendent of Sarasota County Schools. Some of you have barely had a few days to learn and understand your job responsibilities and the nuances and larger consequences of making policy decisions for more than 42,000 students and thousands of teachers and employees of the district. It appears that the newly elected board members are being swayed by groupthink, the hallmark of poor decision-making. To move so swiftly to remove a highly effective superintendent during such a chaotic time when there is such change in the school board oversight is irresponsible at best. It is adolescent and rash rather than mature and reasoned. School board members should be calm, logical, and most interested in education, not the political whims of the moment. I'm beyond disappointed in you, many members of the school board. Our county school system has worked so hard to achieve its high ranking, and the newly elected majority is willing to blow it up in one rash political stunt. I'm relieved my children have already graduated from the Sarasota school system and have left Sarasota, because this type of school board leadership is going to result in the diminishment of the cornerstones of good education: critical thinking, open discussion, truth, and rationality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Angela Hollister, Barbara Vaughn, and Sally Nista.
Good evening. My name is Angela Hollister. I'm from Northport. I have lived here my entire life, and I have 2 kids in the Northport schools. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Asplin for doing a great job as superintendent in his unenviable task of implementing the board's directives while striving for educational excellence. We've had a rough couple of years, yet the district has maintained its A rating. So sincerely, thank you. Now on to what brings me up here. I cannot comprehend both the motion itself and the vote to discuss Dr. Asplin's termination, nor short turnaround time for this meeting. This honestly appears to be pure politics. I would have loved to see a measured approach, particularly from the 2 new board members, to show they are operating in good faith. Whatever benefit of the doubt I had is gone, just like that. I hear that there's a perception that among board members that Dr. Asplin is polarizing. I 100% point my fingers at you. You are the ones that are polarizing. This past election cycle has proven that there is no longer a political board. Whether personally approving messaging or silently benefiting, it is on you to bring unity. Your first action sends a very clear message that unity is not your goal. So I had to leave work early, miss having dinner with my kids and my family, to stand up here and let you know that this action is unacceptable. In closing, I urge you to just abandon this idea. There is no cause. It will be costly. There will be a lack of consistency for our children. I feel that your actions have shown that your minds have already been made up, though. But I implore you to do what's right by the children by focusing on providing teachers with the resources they need, and instead of inventing problems to solve in order to score political points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Barbara Vaughn, Sally Nista, and David Wilkins.
Good evening, board members. I'm Barbara Vaughn, and I don't see many people here tonight that I've ever seen before. Most of the people here tonight are new to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have done an exceptional job. I just ask that you continue to do so. Thank you very much.
I have maybe missed one school board meeting in the past year. And those of you who come from time to time, and there are a few in this room who do come from time to time, know that the primary thing I do when I come to this microphone is pray. Because this school board, this superintendent, this attorney needs our prayers. And tonight I have seen uncontrovertible proof that this audience needs our prayers. My God, what a bunch of rumor and innuendo, no facts, no nothing except the same ugliness repeated over and over and over. If you want to defend Superintendent Asplin, by golly, do that. But do that with sincerity, not bringing in rumors about Karen Rose wanting his job, not, as the newspaper did, reporting that somebody else new to the board had made this motion that they look into firing the superintendent. It was Karen Rose, and she's worked with him for 2 years, as has Tom Edwards. They know very well what he's been like and what it's been like to work with him. None of you do. None of you, not one of you who have stood
Mrs.
up
Vaughn,
here
keep your
and
comments,
spoken.
please, to the board. Thank you very much.
Nobody in this room, other than the two I just named, have worked with this superintendent. And if you want to talk about breaking sunshine laws, you've already heard about one that the superintendent has broken with his equity committee. I don't think there's anybody in this room that's ever been invited to a meeting of the equity committee. It's been him and his chosen people on the equity committee who have met who knows when, who knows where. It was not in the sunshine, that much we know. Father God, I come to you tonight praying for this school board, praying that you will live in their hearts and their minds and bring them to the right decisions when it comes to the school board. And Lord, be with the people in this room who abuse you as well as us. Forgive them, Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. I have Sally Nista, David Wilkins. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been very gracious on time and even over abundance of laughter, clapping, etc. I again request that you please respect the rules and allow each member to speak, even if you disagree. I believe that they have afforded you the same. I have Sally Nista, excuse me, and David Wilkins and Derek Reich.
Sally Nista. Dear School Board and Dr. Asplin, over the last 2 years, I've had several opportunities to come to board meetings and share my disappointment with the lack of leadership of Dr. Asplin. When Dr. Asplin first arrived and hosted town hall meetings, I was so excited and hopeful. Our community was bruised and damaged after the previous superintendent hired by our previous liberal board. It seemed like he wanted to hear the community so he could lead the school district in the direction that parents in the community supported. My husband and I even met with Dr. Asplin and shared our thoughts and concerns. He seemed like he wanted to do the right thing. A superintendent is supposed to be the leader of the district. His knowledge, expertise, and moral character should be the backbone and driving force of the school system and the school board. The school board should be the check and balance for the superintendent. It is obvious to me that Dr. Asplin is just an employee of the board. He does whatever he does whatever they say and tell him to do. Now that we have a majority, we should probably just leave Dr. Asplin the job so that we can boss him around and bully him the way he was before. The problem is we expect better. We demand better. Our board shouldn't be the experts in education. That's the superintendent's job. Dr. Asplin failure is partly because he allowed programs, groups, and communities into our schools that are not good for our students and our school and community. He has allowed wokeism. Yeah, wokeism. The Equity Committee is a perfect example of ushering in something that doesn't belong in our schools. Nonprofits have had social agendas, and yet another example. Our children are not vessels for indoctrination. It has been heartbreaking to watch you foster that kind of environment and create that kind of confusion in our children and staff. To prevent parents from going into schools where their children are is unfathomable to me. The district has been misguided. You have the honor and the privilege to share time with these young people. These children belong to their parents, not the district. Our children deserve a superintendent who has a strong moral compass. Our children deserve a superintendent who is going to put children and academics first. Our children deserve a superintendent that teachers and staff respect. Our children deserve a superintendent who knows the Constitution and follows it. Our children deserves a superintendent who values all students and promotes equal rights, but not extra rights for any group of students. I also pray that our superintendent is a God-fearing, faithful person. I wish Dr. Asplin was those things. He hasn't been, and he won't be. So I'm in favor of wishing him well and sending him on his way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have David. We good? Okay. I have David Wilkins, Sebastian Gersel, and Melissa Picandi. Oh, did I miss somebody? I'm sorry. So I have sorry, they were stuck together. Thank you. David Wilkins and Derek Reish, and then Sebastian Gersel. And I will put them aside unless they're coming from outside. So one more time, I'll say David Wilkins, Derek Reish. Nope. Okay. Sebastian Gersel. Am I saying your last name correctly? Yes. Oh, good. Yay. All right. Then after that, I have Melissa Picandi and Luis. I always mess her last name up. Machinist. I know that's not correct, but if you can correct me. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sebastian Gerstel, and I'm a student at Riverview High School. Unlike the majority of the people that have spoken today, my education will actually be impacted by the decisions made today. Members of the board, the time for change in our schools is today. We must move forward towards greater achievement and move away from the failures of the past. Electing our new board was one step forward, yet we still have one fossil of the past remaining, Superintendent Asplin. Our classrooms are anarchy, our test scores have not improved, and drugs have infiltrated our students' lives. And it happened all across Sarasota public school campuses, under the watch of Superintendent Asplin. When the old board introduced an illegal and ineffective mask mandate early last year, Superintendent Asplin had no spine for the students of Sarasota or the law. I'm not here to throw all the blame on Superintendent Asplin, because it's the failure of the previous superintendent that has led us here. However, throughout these last 2 years, it is clear that Superintendent Asplin has not been or provided the solution. So today, I ask you to bring back order to our classrooms, bring back our rising academics, and save the students of Sarasota by removing Superintendent Asplin from his position and hiring a new superintendent with the proper motivations to work together as one for the success of all, something Superintendent Asplin has failed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Melissa Picandi and Luis Machinist. I think I got it right. And Alexis Spiegelman. And then I'll just make a call one more time. David Wilkins and Derek Reish, if you are in the area. Otherwise, I have you set aside. Go ahead.
I just want to confirm we have 3 minutes tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Melissa Picandi, school board members, Dr. Asplin. At the last school board meeting, co-founder of Support Our Schools, Lisa Scher, stated that the reading scores are unacceptable and the achievement gap is unacceptable. There is a lot of work that needs to be done, and I totally agree with her. And if you look at any corporation that is failing, the first person to go is its leader because they are ultimately responsible. So I agree with you, Lisa. Dr. Asplin needs to go. However, I do not accept his resignation. I support him being terminated with cause. Since the media won't report all the facts, let me reveal to you a number of reasons why Dr. Asplin needs terminated. Let's talk about black and white statistics. Number one, under his leadership, third grade reading FSA scores are the lowest in 8 years, and our district has fallen from number 2 to number 7 in the state. Speaking of test scores, instead of educating our children, Dr. Asplin chooses to allow activism over academics. Along with LGBTQ History Month being celebrated at our school board, Riverview and Pineview schools held teacher-sanctioned pride rallies to protest Governor DeSantis' parental rights in education bill, which they call the Don't Say Gay bill. No wonder students' test scores are failing. Students are being encouraged by teachers to leave class and go protest outside during the school day, with the media invited. Are you okay with this? Dr. Asplin has shown contempt for parental rights and lacks transparency. He bowed down to the teachers union and wouldn't allow parents to record their children's IEP meetings. This is not what a leader does. Dr. Asplin admittedly broke sunshine law that we've all been talking about tonight and bowed down to the LGBTQ and BLM interest groups by forming the illegal equity committee that met outside the sunshine, which, by the way, he just secretly disbanded because he knows it's illegal. This committee contributed to the strategic plan of the school without public input or oversight, and it still needs to be remedied. Dr. Asplin lacks transparency. He publicly stated that parents could opt their children out of Character Strong, a form of SEL, and then he told parents in an email that they couldn't opt out. Perhaps most egregious is that during the 9/6 school board meeting, Dr. Asplin declared that parents can walk their kids into school when he knows full well that not a single school in the district is allowing parents to walk their children into the classroom daily. Dr. Asplin again bows down to the teachers union and refuses to issue an order allowing parents to walk their children into school. Let's not forget that Dr. Asplin broke the law by violating the governor's executive order on the mask mandate. This was his very first opportunity to show leadership skills. He could have deferred to legal counsel and allowed parents to make the decision for their children. Instead, he chose to lean left and divide a community. Under his watch, there have been unprecedented legal fees that have incurred. He allowed Schumacher and Loop to take advantage of our district, go over their cap, and pay them to fight parents. Number 9, Dr. Asplin violates his own district's nepotism policy. Dr. Asplin, we still haven't got an answer about why your wife is employed directly under you at a very high-level position at a higher rate than most people make in her position. Dr. Asplin has apparently become an investigator and judge. A Florida judge ruled that Riverview principal Aaron Day Castillo altered or falsified documents in the DJ case. Dr. Asplin did his own investigation and said he disagreed with a judge. Those are my reasons he needs terminated. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Louise Machinist. I don't see you in the galley. I have Alexis Spiegelman, Joanne Welsh, and Gail Foreman.
Good evening, members of the board. Alexis Spiegelman, Moms for Liberty, Sarasota. Many of the speakers tonight admit that they haven't been to a board meeting for some time, if ever. However, that is pretty obvious based on the second statement I keep hearing from those same people, which is that the recommendation to fire Dr. Asplin is somehow coming out of left field. Clearly, you have not been here for the last 2 years. We have been here. We have been mocked, dismissed, and condescended by this superintendent, and that is why we voted for new leadership. All of you, I hope you will remember that tonight as you vote. I applaud you, Ms. Rose, for listening to your constituents. Elections have consequences. I hope you won't back down and empower the mob mentality, much of it coming from taxpayer-funded position holders that Tom Edwards helped organize here tonight. Endorsed in the paper by the Democrat Party, I'd like to ask, who is really bringing the politics to the school district? I think the answer is clear. When searching for your new superintendent, please forgo the FSBA search committees this time. We need all Jane's tentacles removed from our school district once and for all. Those of us that have been at the board meetings asked for help, elected you to turn things around. I ask that you do the right thing and fire Superintendent Asplin. I hope you'll find the new council while you are at it. We need a fresh start. The achievement gap has grown under Dr. Asplin. Our district has fallen from 3rd to tied to 5th in the state. He's broken the Sunshine Law. I was recommended for the Equity Committee. He lied to Karen Rose and told her that I didn't want to be on it, which was not true. And then he, after one of the members of Moms for Liberty made it clear that she was part of Moms for Liberty, she was immediately booted from the Equity Committee. It operated out of the sunshine for over a year. You acted like you didn't know that, and that's part of your job. Under the Florida statute, one of the responsibilities of the superintendent is to make that record. So I ask that you will fire Dr. Asplin and not give him any special benefits on the way out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Joanne Welsh, Gail Foreman, and Jim Tollerton. And I will go one more time. I have Joanne Welsh, Gail Foreman, Jim Tollerton. Seeing none, I will go with Aaron Clay. Aaron Clay, Curtis Craig, and Teresa DeWitt. So once again, Aaron Clay, Curtis Craig, Teresa DeWitt.
Hi, my name is Erin Clay. As a parent of 2 students that have grown up in the public schools in Sarasota County, I'm saddened and outraged at the recommendation to terminate Dr. Asplin's contract. And I'm worried for our schools, our students, and our teachers. With highly effective evaluations and maintaining our district's A rating, Dr. Asplin has shown capable leadership through difficult times, including COVID and hurricanes and extreme divisive rhetoric. While I haven't personally agreed with everything Dr. Asplin has done, I had never doubted that he was doing his best to listen to all sides and to make decisions in the interests of our students and our schools, and trying to find middle ground in some very tumultuous times. I realize we had an election and there are some changes in the board, and I'm glad we still live in a country where we can do that. But your job is to represent all of us, and I just want to share that many of us are afraid about what this new school board means for our families, particularly those of us who feel invisible at best or targeted at worst by the hateful rhetoric that has brought on some of our new board members and caused chaos in our schools across the state and the country, particularly families and students and teachers who may not be white, who may not be straight and cisgender, and families who want their kids to have access to diverse viewpoints, ideas, histories, and books in our schools, and have dialogues not controlled by fear and invalidation of some people's existence. It's hard to see how anything other than politics has prompted the swift action to terminate Dr. Asplin, and it's hard to feel trust for any positive outcome when it was done in a way that lacks transparency and reason. Dr. Asplin, I wish you the best, and I want you to thank you for everything you've done, your hard work, your integrity, and your genuine care for all of our families here. If you do stay, we have your back. That goes for Tom Edwards, that goes for our trans students, our queer students, our students of color, and the teachers and the allies who are there to support them. And to the rest of our school board members, I hope you'll do better when it comes to listening to all of your constituents and building trust with the people you're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Curtis Craig, Teresa DeWitt, David Bishop.
Hi, good evening. This is my first time at a school board meeting and the first time speaking in front of the school board. Putting me in the same category of speakers here to support Dr. Asplin. I'm just a little bit of background. I'm a Naval Academy graduate, graduate of the Wharton School from University of Pennsylvania. My wife is a Vanderbilt graduate and also a graduate of Cornell with an advanced degree, MBA. So naturally, both of us, education is extremely important to us. We actually relocated from Howard County, Maryland, about 6 years ago, one of the top school districts in the country. And I actually work in Tampa. I had to leave work early so I could come here and make this case here. We chose to live in Sarasota County and I commute 60 miles every day because this is the best school district in all of Florida. So I want to thank all the educators that are involved. There were some points made earlier about indoctrination. I can tell you that in the past 6 years, my wife and I have gotten to personally know all of our kids' teachers, the principals. There's one right here, and I can tell you they're fantastic people. I've never seen any kind of indoctrination exhibited on our kids at all. None. I've never seen CRT. I've never seen any of that at all. So you guys ran on a couple of platforms, and I'm going to keep this brief, but you guys ran on a couple of platforms. I don't think you're following those platforms. You want to keep politics out of school. This is definitely political. You can't argue that. Maintaining the rights of parents. We found out about this while we were on vacation, actually. So you could have waited. And then running on transparency. We've talked to parents, other teachers. We have no idea why this discussion's happening. So just a personal note here. So right after the hurricane, I don't know how much time I've left, but right after the hurricane, my family and I, we volunteered down at the Venice Hurricane Shelter. I saw two of you there. I didn't recognize Dr. Asplin because he wasn't wearing a suit. My wife had to point him out. We also saw two of you. The other one was Tom Edwards. We also saw two of you down at the FEMA Center. We volunteered down there to help as well. I didn't see the rest of you there. I know, Ms. Ziegler, I know that your kids, I understand your kids are not, you're at a private school, they're not in this school system, so I'm not sure what kind of utopia you want to move the school system towards, but I look forward to seeing your kids in the same school as mine. Thank you for your time.
I have Teresa DeWitt, David Bishop, and Trevor Harvey.
Well, this isn't a fun evening, I don't think, for anyone. And I would like to apologize to all of the people in the room who only have a little bit of the information. Some of you have not shown up because you work, or you have 2 jobs, or you have children, or you teach 70 hours a week. And so, unfortunately, the previous board members did a very effective job on keeping some of the information from all of you. So at some point, depending on who has to go, who has to stay, we have to get better at communicating. Tonight I'm not wearing my mom hat. I'm wearing my mental health hat. I've been a mental health provider for 22 years. I have had to pull my children from the district, not because of my principal, not because of my school, but because of policies that were made right here in real time. In the last few meetings, I have been in tears, but I'm not crying because we're going to create change. We're going to do it one way or the other. Dr. Asplin, you could have righted this ship. You could have fixed these things. But over the last year, you made a choice not to. It is not my job tonight to decide if Dr. Asplin stays or he goes. It is yours. But that decision is going to affect thousands of students and thousands of parents. So I've been in the midst, back there, of listening to some of the stuff that I can't believe that I'm hearing, but I understand it from a mental health position. We are all exhausted with the fighting and the drama and the politics. And right now, I am trying to speak slowly because I am so angry because this district has such potential. And Dr. Asplin, you had all that was needed for us to go to the top. You probably still have it. But we have to ask ourselves a question as a district. Do we have time to right that ship? Or do we need to move forward with the standards that all of you campaigned on and all of you have spent years and years of your life in school for? Our children have one opportunity. My children have one opportunity at kindergarten, one opportunity at first grade, one opportunity at second grade. It is time for all of us to make decisions, adult decisions, what we need to keep and what needs to go. Now, the previous chair made an arbitrary decision that all of the concerns that I would bring to you, Dr. Asplin, she wasn't going to put in the minutes, or she was going to pick and choose. So I am resubmitting tonight. I'm not bringing any special information. I am resubmitting areas of problems, and they're in your file. I don't need to air the dirty laundry. Dr. Asplin, I've been here for 2 years, and you know.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. DeWitt will make sure they're added to the minutes. Next, I have David Bishop, Trevor Harvey, and Dr. Mindy Isaacs.
Hello, I'm David Bishop. It's getting to be a long meeting here this evening, and you guys really haven't gotten to what your agenda is, but it would seem to me that probably one quick way to end this meeting would be to have somebody withdraw a motion that's presented before the board at this time. So that could be a very short meeting. I'm a retired educator myself. I spent close to 50 years in education, and most of that time was up north of us a little bit in Manatee County. Most of the time, most of the people, the teachers and the staff that I worked with couldn't say enough bad about the administration and bad enough about the superintendents that were there. I am very impressed with the amount of support that you've seen this evening, Dr. Asplin. I'm tremendously impressed by that. And I wrote a letter to you and I said I would have welcomed the opportunity to have worked with you. And I do mean that this evening. Thank you for being there. And I hope that you are forgiving enough and have enough skills to go ahead and move forward beyond this and stay in this community and continue to work with the board, continue to work with the people that support you. You have a lot of support here in this community. I'm also a member of the community. I live on the Sarasota end of Longboat Key. Lots of us there, and matter of fact, you can count almost on one hand the number of kids that live on Longboat Key that go to any public school system there. But we pay a lot of taxes, and we ask nothing of the school system in that regard. But as a community there, about 80% of us vote in all the elections, and we know the value of a public education. We value that public education. I want to encourage you as a board to continue to advocate for public education. I know that there's a lot of talk about what destroy the public education system and all the other things, but please, please, please continue to advocate for a public education system. Again, I'm in a community where we have almost no kids Nobody's in the school system, and I think you guys on the board, none of you have kids in the school system, so I think you can empathize with that. But we do value education out there, and we value that, and we support it. And that's all I have to say this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call Gail Foreman. I know she was called earlier, and then Trevor Harvey. Oh, Trevor, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, Gail. You'll be up after him. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Harvey. I'm the president of the Sarasota County branch of the NAACP. I'm also speaking on the behalf of Asala and the Betty D. Johnson North Sarasota Public Library. A little bit baffled tonight, but I'm not going to be long in the essence of time. A little bit baffled that we are even here tonight going through this process of considering to terminate Dr. Asplin. A couple of words that I heard during you guys' conversation as we were getting ready to start this meeting this evening. One of the things that I heard Mrs. Rose say is we're trying to take politics out of school. It is evident that politics is in this school system, and you guys are actually working on the behalf of the governor and trying to push Governor DeSantis' agenda forward. Then, Ms. Ziegler, I heard you say that we wanted to push the best path forward. Well, the best path to move is to move away from this hideous vote of firing our superintendent and retain him to move our path forward. This community stands by and supports Dr. Asplin 100%. I told you I wasn't going to be long. I'm going to just leave you with this. I'm going to leave you with a famous quote that Dr. King says. The time is always right to do what is right.
Thank you very much. I have Gail Foreman, and then I believe Mr. Wilkins, David Wilkins is in. Did you say no? Oh, sorry. Okay, forgive me. Gail Foreman, and then I have Dr. Mindy Isaacs.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Asplin, I'm here to simply say thank you. I've spoken to many staff members outside. You've supported us. You've stood with us. You've backed us up when our board did not. I believe you've kept politics out of education as it should be. And for that, I am grateful to work under your employ. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have Dr. Mindy Isaacs, Brandy Flea, and I think Lewis Wilkins. Any? Nope, not there. Okay, so we'll move this one. Kathy Antunes. After that, I see Lynn Caitlin. And Liz Ballard. So Kathy Antunes, I see you coming up. Lynn Caitlin and Liz Ballard.
Hi, good evening. I want to thank Dr. Asplin very much for the care of the public health of not just the students, but Sarasota County. This past weekend, my dad died of COVID. And yeah, it was not fun. We couldn't be with him. My dad was a physicist who was a conservative, but he was a scientist. And it's been alarming to watch public officials use a pandemic for their political objectives. You are following the directive of a board who told you that this is the policy, and under the state constitution, the school boards are charged with the health and safety of students. So all this talk about it being illegal, you were going by the Constitution. And there are not just children, there are teachers, there are parents, there are people like my father who are alive today because of the courage of the board and the direction of Dr. Asplin. It has been disturbing to see the level of ignorance that has been celebrated and exploited by people who want to win political points. It's really disturbing to see it in education, public education. And another I was a history major at the University of Virginia, where Thomas Jefferson founded that university, a very flawed human being. We are all very flawed human beings. However, to watch a school board and candidates kowtow to insurrectionists, and Proud Boys to win elections has been quite an education in how far we have to go as a community and how far all of us need to step up and understand that these local elections matter, that education touches all of us, and we need responsible people in those chairs. I hope you do the right thing tonight. This man deserves to stay.
Thank you very much. I have Lynn Caitlin, Liz Ballard, Audie Bach.
Lois Wilkins asked me if I would speak for her very quickly. On behalf of the African American Cultural Resource Center, AACRC, at the Betty J. Johnson North Sarasota Public Library, Lois B. Wilkins and her volunteers want to thank Dr. Asplin on the job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liz Ballard, Audie Bach, Vicki Odom.
I'm Lynn Catlin. I'm looking around this room at all the faces of all the educators that I've worked with in my 25 years at Sarasota County. I'm looking up here at some faces that I've worked with over the years in Sarasota County. And Dr. Asplin, thank you so much for your service. The group outside was amazing in support of you. I've never seen anything like it in all my 25 years, and that speaks volumes. To those of you on the school board that were educators in the classroom, and you know who you are, and I've worked with some of you, I don't know how you're sleeping at night right now, okay? Take a good hard look at what you're doing to our schools, what you're doing to our community, and maybe make a different choice. Give it some time. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Westbrook.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, so I one more time, Liz Ballard, Audie Bach, we're almost done. Vicki Odom, are any of those individuals here?
Audie, let me speak on her behalf.
We're almost done, so I'm feeling very good about how the energy in here. So, but normally we don't let people speak for other people, but go ahead.
My name's actually David Morris. Audie had to leave, so she let me take her spot. So, her and I kind of share the position that we want to thank Dr. Asplin. I'm not here tonight to rail against or for anybody in particular. I just want to thank you for your service. I'm a cook in Sarasota County Schools. And I also want to congratulate the school board members, too. You put on a good fight. But part of the reason I decided to speak tonight is I'm a little puzzled at this decision because as a cook in the schools and also I helped custodial out, I didn't see some of the kind of things, some of the leftist and political things that you see in other districts. Like I could tell you, I live in Charlotte County, and I've seen in the schools there, they do have political things hanging in the classrooms. But at the school I worked at, I've been all through the building. I haven't seen anything political. I haven't seen any pride flags or any of that kind of stuff. So I'm open-minded. I don't discredit anything that anybody else has said here tonight. I thank everybody for coming out tonight to give your position on this. I think it's very important for our school community. But again, I'm not here to rail. I just want to thank you, Dr. Asplin, for all your hard work. And I want to thank you also, school board members, for all your hard work. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Odom. After that, I have Mindy Hannock and then Nivea Clausen.
Hello, I am founder of Newtown Alive and the president of the Sarasota African American Cultural Coalition. I am here to thank you, Dr. Asplin. This summer, in July, you brought your administrators on a tour of Overtown and Newtown to learn about its students, its parents, guardians, and stakeholders. On a trolley, we communicated. It may have seemed a small thing, but your presence in the community sent a big old message. You care. You care about us. Any agency, organization, committee, board, or business seeking to serve clients must get to know the history and culture of their clients. These were reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you from your administrators. This was an amazing trip. I have been in Sarasota since 1967 and lived down on Osprey Avenue and was not aware of the history that was shared today. Another, it was an inspirational experience. I enjoyed every moment. Another, thank you for the history tour of this great city. I'm always amazed by the trips like this and the educational value that can be shared. We asked Dr. Asplin to assist us in honoring Sarasota County School District's first Black principal post-segregation, Mrs. Dorothy Smith at Southside Elementary School, and he participated. Buck O'Neill, the first Black coach in Major League Baseball from Sarasota, was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. The author of a children's book about Buck O'Neill participated in a read-in with fourth graders whose classes signed up, and each student received a book. Dr. Asplin was supportive, is supportive in recruiting more diversity in our school system. I support you, and I thank you for what you've done here.
Thank you very much. I have Mindy Hennick and Nivea Clausen.
Hi, thank you for your time tonight. I did not really prepare much because I just thought it was really important to be here as a parent. I'm fortunate that my son goes to school here, and I moved from a nearby district so he would have the opportunity to do that because I knew Sarasota had better funding, and I wanted him to have the best education that he could have. And I would like to thank the school district for that. By moving here, he's included in his gen ed classrooms because he's been enabled to do that with the resources you all have available. And so I'm exceedingly grateful. My son's been in school since the age of 3 in public school, and all the gains he's made has been because of the supports of the public school system that a private school would not have to provide. So I think it's really important to say thank you to the educators that are here tonight and to try to stand up and represent for some of the parents that may not have had time and ability to come tonight. I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Asplin briefly, which he would not remember me, at the Venice shelter after the hurricane. I would like to say that a lot of families in the county are still getting their bearings after the storm. And I don't think this is to their benefit when there's so much work to be done, that this is a distraction, and I apologize that you feel that this is necessary at this time, but there's a lot of people that need the time and the resources spent on other things that are more productive. And we teach kids that they're supposed to work with everyone. They have to do something in a group or a team sport or whatever it is, and we want those kids to learn and communicate and be able to work together. I like that my kid goes to a public school system where he's going to hear voices and opinions other than his own and learn how to navigate the world at large because he has that opportunity. And I'm hoping that the board emulates that and sets an example of how we want our kids to behave. They've had a really hard couple of years with challenges that adults have had difficulty navigating. And I ask that you please just comport yourselves in a way that speaks well of Sarasota, that keeps this being the place that people come to for the opportunities and the education. I hope that I would say it's intimidating to go into a job where the only way you can go is down and then have many things happen like COVID, like the hurricane. Whereas there's other districts that are going to be hiring and there's easy ways to go up. So I think we would be hard-pressed to find another superintendent with a level of professionalism. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And then I have Nivea Clausen.
Nivea Vega Clausen, Moms for Liberty. The Democratic Party went through great lengths to organize political theater today, and frankly, we have much to learn about organizing. The Republicans, independents, and even some Democrats spoke very loudly at the ballot box. We voted in this school board for real change. The most egregious thing that Dr. Asplund did was the disregard of the spirit of the Florida Sunshine Law by pretending that he wasn't aware that it applied to the Equity Committee, who functioned with a serious lack of transparency. We must have a superintendent who leads with transparency. I support the board in their decision to part ways with Dr. Asplund. Please, don't be intimidated by the incredible organization of the Democratic Party, who, while calling you all political, have completely politicized this school board meeting.
Thank you very much. I believe those are... I believe we're done with public comments. I am going to take a 5-minute recess to allow everyone to stretch their legs, and we will continue at 8:06. I'm going to call 1 minute if everyone would like to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could take your seats, please, we're about to begin. Oh, wait. I'll wait till. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone can please take your seats so we may continue. I don't know if the microphone works all the way back there, but ladies and gentlemen in the back, if you could please take your seats or exit the gallery. Thank you so very much. Well, again, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight, everyone for taking the moment to listen to everyone and getting through a very laborious, long, but wonderful public comments. As we move into the next course of action, as it stated, is discussion regarding the superintendent's contract. I know that I kind of started this earlier, so to Mr. Edwards, thank you for highlighting that I had not amended the agenda order. So for that purpose, I know that this has been discussed. I will ask if there are any board members that would like to begin the discussion. I will do my best to work well with this little signaling. So. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try this again. Actually spent 27 years in our schools and no one knew my political affiliation, and I am quite proud of that. And I will say that politics has no place in our schools. There is a perception that not all voices are heard equally. That is the position that I sit in right now. Steering away from politics and distrust requires engaging and working with all families, regardless of how quiet or loud they are in sharing their experiences or their needs. More importantly, for me, and this is something that I have been saying for the last year, the best practice of vetting all decisions and actions to assure they are controversy-free is what makes a great public school. Controversy-free. It was a best practice I was held accountable for decades, and we don't seem to be able to get away from controversy. It has plagued this boardroom for multiple years, for too long, and it takes away from our students, it takes away from our teachers, and it takes away from the business of academic achievement. I do have concerns. I did ask for this meeting. My concerns are not a surprise. I have stated them regularly with Dr. Asplund one-on-one. I have enlisted them on this dais multiple times, and I don't feel like that change has occurred. And I do hold myself accountable. That is not without respecting each and every one of you. I am an educator. Right now, I sit in a position as a constitutional officer, and I have accountability, and I hold myself to that. I respect the fact that you may not agree, and that's okay. And I respect all of your voices, and I'm glad that you came here tonight, and I'm glad that you had an opportunity to share your perspective, because that's very important. Our overall reading overall reading, science, and math achievement has not shown even minimal growth. That's my focus area, academic achievement. Lack of transparency with data in reading and monitoring progress is an issue for me. Exactly, thank you. Marketing that we are number 2 in the state, when in fact our achievement ranking in the state of Florida is officially number 5, is a concern for me. It's okay that we're number 5, but I want to own that we're number 5. I want to have practices and open conversation and data and monitoring, celebrate our successes, and I want the public to know and have transparency of what are our strengths, because there are plenty, and what are our weaknesses. And I don't feel like that transparency has been here, much to my dismay, and continued asking for it. Grade 3 reading. If I've talked about it once, I've talked about it over and over and over again. And ESE reading achievement results, close to my heart. It's my background. I was a teacher for exceptional student education, and I take it extraordinarily seriously. Those results have been inadequate for many years, and I do not see what I've asked to see, and I do not see change. Working collaboratively with all families of students with disabilities is a concern for me. It has been a constant for 5 years. We can do better. I hold myself accountable for that. The superintendent's wife in administration merits a closer look. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments, concerns that want to be addressed at this time? Mr. Enos.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I read every single email that everybody put out. I see a lot of staff here. I see a lot of people that I've worked very closely with. You know, one of the things that, you know, I want to discuss is that this is nothing to be an affront or disparage Dr. Asplin or his wife or anything else in regarding to the staff. You know, I worked in this district in some kind of capacity for 22 years. The last 3 years before I retired in January was as the chief of police. It took a failing school police department and ended up creating that niche this last year, rated us #1 for school safety and security in the state of Florida. You know, I know that Dr. Asplin is very supportive of that. He's very much on top of the safety and security aspect of things. You know, but what I want to do is I have a unique perspective, is that I was a board member. I was actually part of the executive staff during that time period, and that I saw different things that I didn't agree with, and that when I look at those things and I look at the people that I've worked with in the past, and I look at the different leadership, when I saw Lori White, or I see some of the people out here, you know, I see a Chris Renoff, not to call him out, but I see people that I know that, you know, there's a lot of people in here that have tremendous amount of leadership. But when I sit in this capacity, it's that my perspective was being to the inside as part of the group that looked at things. You know, when you talk about the overall ratings, we're tied, there's 4 other districts ahead of us. We're actually tied with 3 others, so it's either 5 or 7th. I did graduate here. I have 3 children, all 3 children. My last one finally graduated here last year in May. And, you know, I know what this looks like for excellence and good leadership within this district. You know, I worked with and partnered with Lori White. I partnered with Wilma Hamilton. I saw some of the other things that came through. You know, I saw the controversy between Dr. Bowden and Sheriff Knight. I worked with good leaders at the Sheriff's Office with Sheriff Knight, Sheriff Hoffman. You know, I've been to plenty of leadership schools when we look at things. But ultimately, if you look at what's the decision-making, is when you look at the data and you ultimately look at what we're looking at, you can see a pattern that in the last 3 years, the third grade reading has gone down. You look at a pattern of our overall ranking in the state, it's gone down. And you can say that it's for COVID, because I keep hearing that it's COVID, but everybody else in the state of Florida also had COVID. And during that time period, there were decisions that made that I know that impacted Dr. Asplin in his decision-making because the board was very political. You know, at the end of the day, when you look at the data, and I have it, anybody can go to the Florida Department of Education website and be able to pull it up and see everything. I mean, if you look at just language arts, 21 to 22, we were 63, went to 61. You look at third to fifth grade, we're 65, we stayed at 65. You look at grade 6 to 8, we were at 62, and we're now 59. You look at 9 and 10, we were at 61, and now we're at 60. So when you look at the data, we're not going up. If you look at where we were in regarding to our school ratings, you know, Dr. Asplin was hired in order to make us better than St. Johns County. And when you ultimately look at some of the decisions that I saw from the inside, and again, this is nothing as that I know he's a brand new superintendent, he's coming in, but I think that there's some stuff. At the end of the day, I can see that tonight, we're still split as a community. Nobody, when I was in law enforcement, knew what I was or my political affiliation. I did 32 years of service here. I've helped tons of families. I've helped tons of people in this district. I've helped a tremendous amount of students because of the stuff that I had to go through my children in regard to bullying. And it's not easy to be a parent, let alone to be a student right now. But when I look at some of the things, you know, and I talked about some of the stuff in the third grade, which is the benchmark as we move forward, you know, and I talk about the school grades. I look at the achievement gap. You know, I respect Lisa Shore. I respect that group that comes in here. I talked about doing community schools. I think that's something that I want to reach out and partner with them because I think that's something that's super important in some of our communities. But when I look at it, the achievement gap hasn't changed. Very, very minuscule if you look at all of the data that's still provided in the Department of Ed, which all of you too can go out and look at. You know, you look at ESE at 41% reading, not acceptable. You know, our students deserve more than that. Where is the push for that? Also when we talk about that, you know, when I talk about leadership and we bring up the COVID mask mandate, I sat there through all of that time with the staff working on that policy for opt-out all the way through the weekend. But what my expectation was, and what I haven't seen, is I want somebody, and again, this is nothing personal, but what I haven't seen is I want a leader, because I've seen them in the past, where even though it was contrary to what the board wanted, is they would have said, because their opinion mattered, is, hey, there's an executive order, I'm fine with us having to be masked, but what I wanted somebody to say is, hey, this is the deal, and not pass it to the attorney for the attorney then to have to make the answer. So when we look at that, ultimately there was going to be a large fine for the district, which was the legislature ended up not going forward with. You know, if you look at the parental rights, Dr. Asplin sat in the meeting with me, Jane, there was another staff member there, and the attorney DeLeo. I was in there telling them, again, as I was being told, to arrest parents out of meetings, and then I went through an explanation of how significant that would be. And Dan DeLeo, he said, you're absolutely right, and he was the only voice in there to tell me. I wanted the superintendent to say, we don't do that. It has to rise to a level that's a criminality to be able to remove somebody. And just because you criticize somebody, you can come up here and criticize me all that you'd like. You may not agree with my decision, but I know, and I've been around a long time and seen a lot of really, really great, effective leaders, principals, lead teachers. I have an expectation that they're going to step up and do the right thing. You know, I sat there and I started looking at things and not being nitpicky, but then I look at, you know, the board meeting in reference to about the dictionaries that the Rotary Club of Venice wanted to provide. There was no reason not to accept those, even with the current mandate, even though it said that the books had to be vetted, as well as even Dr. Asplin admitted that he sent to the principals wrong information about House Bill 1557 in regarding to if a child comes forward that you have to contact their parents. Those are things that I have an expectation that we're going to do our due diligence, because it doesn't cause a lot of grief within the administration and the principals within the staff levels, because it has to be, because when I get that and I have a directive, then I need to follow that. You know, when you want to look at, there's been 27 administrators added since he's been in. I've talked to different, I'm not going to get into it, but different staff members where we're hiring our greatest teachers away to bring them to the landings when everybody knows that they should remain in classrooms. And I understand this is the plan in regarding to get forward to be able to make gains, but I also understand that people don't want to be teachers, people don't want to be law enforcement officers. So we need to keep those brilliant teachers in those classes, because ultimately, when they go to train or when there's that piece, you end up causing substitute issues. And there's a lot of other stuff that goes on with that, which they're not receiving the same. And I've talked to teachers about that. You know, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You know, during the hurricane, you know, he provided the leadership at the backside, but there's also stuff that I believe in regarding to training. There's stuff that needed to be in reference to STC that was in the hurricane plan that was put in regarding to the staff, that there was parts of these things that weren't followed. And this has nothing to do with, you know, this is his decision-making as he is the superintendent. This is me looking at it from a different eye, from being part of staff and being available. The other thing, too, is during the campaign, you know, obviously I campaigned for a variety of different things, but the one thing that was asked of me about leadership is that I discussed that we needed to have a change because of the things that I saw. Because I saw them. It was my perspective. It wasn't anybody else's perspective. It was the things that I saw. You know, and lastly, you know, when I look at this stuff, you know, and people bring up things, you know, we had all those town hall meetings, and I was at every single one of them. During those meetings, you know, parents would bring up and say, hey, take a look at these books. You know, at the end of the day, that should have been a signal again, hey, let's look at these things, let's do this stuff, and it shouldn't have to wait. And the last thing I would just say is that, you know, when we talk about, you know, nepotism, at the end, in fairness that it comes out, again, it's his discretion, but it's not a good look when, even though it's not in violation of the policy, but it is not a good look, you know, when certain things occur within that setting. So all I would have to say in all of this stuff is I think everybody I've ever talked to, and I believe the same thing, is I think he's a great guy. I'd go play golf with him if he ever wanted. I'd do whatever. I think he's a great guy, and I totally mean that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that every employee I ever worked with, as I told them, it's really is about choices. It's about what are your choices as you move forward. It has nothing to do whether they're a great person or not a great person, because I would agree he's a great person. And I know he's committed to kids. I also know that I've been committed to kids to the staff here for 22 plus years as I was part of the district. But I also understand that I want somebody that isn't going to just go ahead and tell the other 3 board members, you know, I don't want somebody that's just going to automatically agree to what they want. I want somebody, at the end of the day, it's still going to end up coming back. But at the end of the day, what my thing is that I would rather have somebody tell me straight up that I don't agree with something and have that than to look like it's going along. Because the other thing I would tell you is he's in a very bad spot. You know, the 3, you know, including Mr. Edwards, and I have all the respect for him. I told him on the phone when he called after the election. I have a ton of respect for Mr. Edwards because I respect everybody. because that's the truth. And you can laugh, but you obviously don't know who I am. The people who do will know. So at the end of the day, all I would have to say is that, you know, my observations from being on the inside is nothing personally against Dr. Asplin. It's just something that I look forward and I see as it relates to a leader. And like I said, I appreciate everybody coming. I listen to every single comment. I listen to everything that, every email I read. And like I said, I truly do appreciate everybody who came up, because that's what makes our country great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or by any members? Or the superintendent, certainly, absolutely. Mr. Evans,
I'll go ahead. I was kind of hoping that I'd hear from Mrs. Marinelli before I gave my comments. In fact, I'd like to defer to her if she'd like to make her comments. Okay. Let me start by saying that I've had a front row seat for what I perceive to be copycat political agenda, from CRT to the firings of superintendents by Moms for Liberty school boards. They've happened a few times around the state of Florida. They've happened a few times around the country, and it appears to me to be a carbon copy of what has happened around already with, as I said, Moms for Liberty supported school board candidates, coincidentally at the swearing in. So whatever rationales I'm going to hear tonight, I really have to throw out the window, because we just have to, all of us as a community, look at the tea leaves and understand that anything that I've heard so far is but a rationale for a political agenda. Having said that, I want to say that you ran on transparency, you ran on not dividing the community, and the first thing that you did was lie to the community by keeping to yourself that you were planning on firing the superintendent day one. So right from the get-go, your transparency and your trust that you are saying that you're getting from your constituents, but not all your constituents, you are demonstrating in this conversation and things that I've heard so far, a distrust. And I didn't come here tonight to attack. I'm merely stating my observations. And let me just run down. I made a quote in the newspaper, which I think is very valid, that whatever I have seen on the transparency page lives out in the school board room. And the termination of the superintendent, I first read on that Facebook page. And here we are in a special meeting. So, and the CRT conversations, and all of the things that I've heard as rationale for firing the superintendent, the equity committee, walking parents to class, the mask policy, which I will get to in a second, parents' rights. The last place, which I will cover right now, is the achievement gap, the data dump that Mr. Enos put forward, and the achievement gap, readings, third grade reading scores. I want to point out that Mrs. Ziegler was a school board member during much of those scores. Mrs. Rose was an administrator during those scores. And Mrs. Marinelli was here and may be able to lend an insight from her point of view. I never, and when you're expecting Dr. Asplin to elevate those scores during a pandemic, the rationale around academia is out the window as far as I'm concerned. And that's the only academic reason that people are giving. That's the only academic, is the reading scores and this data dump that he hasn't improved. So let's talk about the mask policy. For a year, I sat at this school board. I came in on November. The term finished in June. That first mask policy, I had nothing to do with. And it was mandatory, and it was done. And it was during a time when people really didn't understand COVID like we understand it today. But that mask policy was mandated. Got it. I want everybody to remember, because I do, that in July, I voted with Ms. Rose and Mrs. Ziegler for an optional mask policy to begin the school year. I voted for that when my perceived liberal peers did not. I voted for optional because I felt that that was, for that whole year, I heard a community saying, can't you find a middle ground? Can't you find a middle ground? So guess what? I voted for the middle ground in July because the positivity rate was around 2 or 3%. By September, it was 27%. And I introduced a mask policy that said it is a mandatory until we have 3 days running of 8%. And when it's 3 days running of 8% or less, it comes off. Can anybody shout out to me how long the mask policy was? It was 3 weeks. So 3 weeks of protecting children, which is my charge. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of protecting parents, grandparents, and listening to my peers at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. 3 weeks I asked you for, and it immediately became, went back to optional. I'm going to add one more piece of that. You want to know that the Department of Education, our state Department of Education, never found Sarasota County non-compliant. Why? Because by the time we had put it in place and took it back out, they didn't get to accuse people who were compliant or the school districts that were or weren't. And so I'm telling you, and lastly, that had nothing to do with Dr. Asplin. What one member came up and said was he is obligated to enforce the policies of the school board. And I will tell you, the night that I had to vote for that mask policy, I was scared to death because I knew I had to, excuse the reference, I had to cut the baby in half. And I had to figure out a way to do what you asked me to do for an entire year, which is, can't you find the middle ground? So I did, and you still beat me up, and you still beat up Dr. Asplin for the mask policy, and that's one of the reasons why you want to fire him? That's nonsense. And none of it has to do with academics. Nothing. And let's talk about parent rights. I'm telling you, I remember sitting in my seat saying, listen, public, don't you see what's going on? We have political activists in our boardroom. They're coming in and they're talking on their phone, and their talking points are the same ones that you're hearing in Virginia, the same talking points that you're hearing over here. And it's a political movement that was parent rights that was, and you know what? Somebody said, oh, we need to learn from the SOS group. We need to learn from who put those parent rights bills together, because you know what? They got these folks elected. They got an angry electorate for perceived parent rights. And I'm going to say it here now, because you're going to hear it from me until I'm termed out. You are going to see every time that this board does something, I'm going to point out, it's because they're going to destroy public education. And every single vote that I have a chance to point out is about the destruction of public education. Because guess what? What we're doing here tonight, the chaos that this board brought needlessly, is to create chaos in public education so that they can advance charter schools for profit. Trust me, they want to take the A district and make it C. So all of this is smoke and mirrors, and it gets out an angry electorate. They show up at the polls. Good job, it worked. So I'm saying all of that and I'm saying now to my fellow board members, if you look at the emails that I put on my Facebook page, I did not edit those. I put all the emails that we all got as school board members in a file, and I put them on. I did not pick and choose. So there are some in there that say they want to fire Dr. Asplund, but you should read them all as the public. You should read every single one, because what I read in there is a great deal of people who have said, if I knew you were going to fire the superintendent, I would have never voted for you. I read many times, I am a Republican and I am disgusted that you are doing this. So I'm trying to point out that there is a middle ground here. And here's the middle ground. If Dr. Asplund would even consider it, why he would, I don't know. But I'm going to put it out there. And here's the middle ground. The middle ground is my 8% of 3 days. Use that as an example of what I did and what we were able to do for the community. Yes, lots of people were angry about it. I get it, but I still found a middle ground. So here's my suggestion. Dr. Asplund deserves an opportunity to work on the things that I heard from Ms. Rose and make it more transparent. And quite honestly, as I've said, I think that this whole thing was vindictive and political. And I want to say, here's your chance, board members, to take it away, show the community that you're not vindictive, that you're not political, and that you find a way to say to Dr. Asplund, we want to keep you because we have, and here's the set, all of this that really bugs me. We invested during the COVID time period in a strategic plan. That man did not miss a beat. Those kids were in and out of classrooms every 10 days, 2 weeks, back and forth. How do you expect their reading scores to go up? How do you expect them to? They were in and out because of quarantine and COVID. And yet, all during that time period, he created the strategic plan. Next step was the professional learning communities and all of the work that we've invested in so that the teachers are ready to execute to that plan, so that, my friends, the reading scores should go up, the math scores, it's all in place, and you want to pull the rug out from underneath of that. They already had these, no one has argued for the kids. And I'm arguing that these plans and this training and the investment that you all made, that we voted for, is ready to go. It's ready to soar. Now, do I have a magic wand and a crystal ball to know that it's going to 100% hit the mark? No. But this guy's credentials and the work that we've done and the enthusiasm I hear from the teachers and from the students, and because you know what? I honestly have to also say, and I'm sorry to be so long-winded, but man, oh man, I got 2 people here that have never worked with Dr. Asplund as a peer. They've worked with them they've never had a substantive conversation about the runnings of the school district with this man, and they're ready to pull and take the opportunity away from our students to achieve, to do better, to grow, all of the things that we've done together as a community. And I will tell you something, when I first got here 2 years ago, I heard this. They called it the Sarasota school family. I don't know anyone's political affiliation, honest to God, of anyone who works at the school district. I do not know them. And you know, Dr. Asplin, we're from opposite sides of the aisle. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to tell you something. He and I have never talked about politics. You know what we talk about? Kids. Excellence, acceleration. I got to build the Gulf Coast community, or the Trades Academy with the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange. You don't think those folks are made up of people that are not from my side of the aisle? We worked beautifully together. We have great relationships. We are so proud of that work because we did it for the kids. And what happened here is this political machine that is carbon copied around and it's back here. And I am suggesting that we give Dr. Asplin a chance to earn your credibility as 2 new school board members and to lay out precisely what the goals should be for him to hit the marks to address parents' rights. The equity committee's already got parents' rights, walking kids to class. Mrs. Ziegler said she has a great idea. She said that about 4 weeks ago. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm ready. I'm ready because I want nothing but success for our students and our families. And I know Dr. Asplin is on the right track and will deliver that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know. I was going to make a couple comments, but I do want to make sure you have the opportunity as well. Mrs. Robinell. It's been a long night. Mrs. Marinelli, did you have any comments? Okay. Well, thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please. You guys good? So I have a different take, but I will start with, I too am exhausted, exhausted. We have had a school district prior to Dr. Asplin, and I know many in this room understand this, actually gives me goosebumps thinking about it, of what we had to go through with the prior superintendent. Then going through an interim, and we had a great interim that stabilized a lot, and then we had COVID. And then we had Dr. Asplin. Dr. Asplin absolutely unequivocally came in the most challenging time a superintendent possibly could in any place. We have a divided community. Unfortunately, it still maintains that way as well. We have a pandemic that we had absolutely no idea how to navigate. I will be the first to defend Dr. Asplin when it comes to the mask mandate. I can tell you I adamantly was opposed to it. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't believe I will say that I know that put our superintendent in an unwinnable situation. And it was awful. It was almost next to impossible. How do you manage and direct staff when you have something that you believe is now illegal and it trickled all the way down? And having to navigate that was not easy. I saw that firsthand. I'll be the first one. I believe in communication and transparency, and I will be the first one to tell you again here. I understand, and I read every email. I haven't finished getting back up to everyone, but I want to say I appreciate that. But I get it where people feel blindsided, and I don't like that, and I will own that as a school board member. I know I've certainly had conversations with Dr. Asplin. I will be honest, I don't know that I expected it right now or that soon, right out of the gate. Again, all of these things, I understand how it felt like a massive gut check to this community. And after all that we've been through, as I just highlighted, I understand the frustration. When I look at the board and I try to see, I will say, I was very excited on August 23rd. Not only for obviously me having re-election, but I was really excited about the future of this board. I think we have amazing experience up here. I respect that people don't agree with that. I respect that. I also respect that if you didn't support whoever's up here, that we all look at that as our job is to support every single person in this community with the same goal, as our students and their academic success. That engages communication with our families, with our staff, with our administrators, with our community, with our business owners. And I think, but most importantly, is finding a way as elected officials who are there to serve all of the community to be your voice and have quality communication with the superintendent. That is a successful model. It doesn't work if there's not communication. I will say over and over again since 2014, every error, every challenge, every travesty, always could have been mitigated or completely avoided with better communication. And this will bring right back to where we're at now. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Asplin. Every time, even on the campaign trail, I'll remember, and I'll get to this part because it's been a little frustrating, and I've been scratching my head with this aspect. But certainly the question was, which is not an unusual one when you're running for school board, is how would you rate your superintendent? Because you're running for office, you're going to be working with superintendent. And mine was consistent across the board, was that I believe I think he's got a great moral compass. I still think that today. I think that I believe that he was in a really challenging situation with the former board. There are people, and I know that there are people in this community and certainly in this audience that absolutely supported the previous board members, and my respect to their service. I definitely differed from them in a lot of ways and did not believe the way their procedural aspects more than anything else, probably, among other things, that did not serve this district well. All the work that's actually done, the hard work that's done in this district. And through that, it was challenging to decipher whether it was the board or if it was a combination of such, or the superintendent. And there are a lot of things to praise about the superintendent, and I have done that. When it moved into this, the evaluation of this past year, again, I go back to when he first started, and we would have regular conversations. Listen, I'm a straight shooter. I do not need people to tell me what I want to hear. Listen, I've been on a board plenty of years where I definitely was in a minority, and I'm okay with that. I just want honesty. And that's how we have progress. And I think everyone, especially our educators in this room, respect that. You don't grow if we can't address the problems. If you don't willingly say, there's a problem here, there is absolutely no way we are going to overcome them. That comes with all of the situations that we've talked about here, and even the situations that we're doing right now. I mean, it's a very unusual moment, but it's a moment where we can be respectful with one another, lay it out there, and say, here's where we have concerns, and here's where we have opportunity. And that's how I see it. And that's how I evaluated back a couple months ago. I know that in the academic world, it probably seemed amazingly shocking that someone to give a needs improvement to such a highly qualified outcome superintendent. But there are areas that absolutely need to be addressed. And I looked at it as, here is an area for opportunity, for growth. I don't want to sweep it over the rug because those children do not get that time back. Those families do not get that time back. And it doesn't mean that hard work isn't being done. It means we need to peel back the onion more or roll up our sleeves more or figure out there are more resources, but we have to be honest about them. The final part is the communication since the election, when you do have a change in the board, but there's an in-between time. And I will say that there was an overwhelming response from our community members to see change. Now, I read all those emails. Many, as Mr. Edwards said that we meant change, but we did not mean including the superintendent. And I can understand that. I also believe there's an element that is important. Again, for this to work, we have to have mutual respect. We have to have communication. There has to be balance. And I'm not sure if it's because people think that whatever's on a Facebook page is actually what's going to happen. And I will tell you first right here, I do not dictate my policy based on any Facebook page, any organization. So I don't even check that half the time at all, actually, anymore. So, but I understand it's caused angst in there. But that being said, I am honest. I don't throw any surprises. I believed when the motion was made. Again, it shocked me. But here's the opportunity to talk about where we are, what we can do. My biggest concern was, the opportunity to work together, it seems prior to the reorg, seems to have eroded a bit. And again, I respect anyone to wade into where they, to counter or provide feedback on anything that we talked about from the evaluation, for example. But we had the opportunity to go through that, and I just felt that that was not really absorbed as an opportunity for reflection. And again, I said what I said. I believe there's a great opportunity in the future. So it's been disheartening. And then to consistently hear about potentially firing, of which that was never on my radar, and I told you that straightforward. And I would tell you that again. But there was a constant drumbeat in the community about it. And I don't know where it came from, honestly, but here we are. But in order for us, so I have never mentioned that, but you guys go ahead. My biggest concern was certainly after the last meeting, immediately presiding after that, I wanted to reach out to the superintendent to find a way to work this out. I don't know what relationships, what conversations he's had with this current board. I don't know what that looks like. But I can't figure out a way to mediate that, and certainly can't talk to my fellow board members, but it concerned me because I have been through superintendent searches. It is not fun. And we are so close to opportunity. But that also requires our superintendent and the structure of the board. He is not, no disrespect, it's not you, it's the structure, is not a peer, it's the only employee of the board. And that means I have mute respect, and we want to be transparent and trust one another, and that goes for each board member. But I have been concerned that I have not been able to communicate to even alleviate some of these issues. And it makes it boxed in where do we go from here? So I will leave it as I understand the community's concern. I absolutely agree. I also recognize my colleagues up here have concerns as well. I respect very much Mrs. Rose in her academic background, and I respect each individual up here, and that's why I look so forward to this board makeup, that we can each have our areas of expertise and move forward, but we have to have respect, we have to have communication. And that is where, once that's lost, it's very difficult to recoup. And so that's where I find myself today, and would ask the superintendent where he stands at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Not even sure where I start on this. I have a feeling I'm going to be fired after tonight because I just can't hold this back. There's things that I just have to say. I just have to. But first I want to say thank you to everyone who's here tonight. It's very nice of everybody to come here and talk about this situation. I really appreciate it. Your support throughout the year, your support over the last week has just been absolutely amazing. And, our teachers and our principals and our assistant principals and all of our employees, I've said it many, many times, they work so hard for our kids and for our families and our school system. We have a great school system here. I just wanted to say again, thank you to everyone. I'm very humbled tonight with the support that has been here. And also thank you to the media. I appreciate everything that you have been doing as well. I'll get to what the past week has been like in just a few minutes, but let me first address some of these other items here as respectfully as I possibly can. First of all, I want to address Ms. Rose for a second here. As far as, all the different things as far as data are concerned that you want to see, and I get that. And being a previous educator, I completely understand that. One thing I do want to say is that I don't know if people just forget, but if you go back for the last year and a half and you look at our workshops, a lot of your questions are going to be answered and you're going to remember what we talked about and what we've done. We've been very transparent. We've had our principals come in. We've had teachers come in. We've had students. We've had all kinds of data. Anything you want, I can create or we can create and give it to you. We just need to know exactly what you want. But we provide data constantly. And these guys right here, these principals here, they're in there every single day with their teachers, looking at their students, what their needs are, looking at the standards. They know what's going on. Just because the board doesn't have that specific information doesn't mean it's not happening, and it's not happening in the right way. And I think you know that, but you can't see everything all the time. But I encourage you again to go back to the workshops, and you will be enlightened once again to see all the hard work and what we're doing and the things that we need to improve on, because we tell everybody what we need to improve on, and we're working on all of those things. The other thing, Ms. Rose, is when you talk about these numbers and our reading scores and our achievement gap, and we throw COVID in there and everything else. Again, you said, and you've said it many times, you've worked here for 27 years. I just got here. And I'm so I'm just telling you, we have a great plan in place, and we're moving forward, and we're doing really good things. But to sit there and just say that it's not happening the way you want it to happen and it's because of me, that's kind of ridiculous because you've been here for a long time doing it. The other piece is with the evaluation. Got a big problem with that because, I'm all about needs improvements and what can you tell me that I need to improve upon? I have no problem with that. And when people say in education, that's not true. We talk about what we need to improve on every single day. And I have no problem with that. And I even said that the other day when I was talking about the evaluation. I even brought that up, that we have plenty of things that we need to work on. The problem I have is in our one-on-ones, you won't tell me what they are because you've written it and I said, I have questions. Can you explain this? And you say, read it. It's face value. And I ask again, but I really don't understand this part. Read it. It's face value. And I don't understand what it was, but it seemed like after the election, it became very solemn and just real quick answers. And all of a sudden, you're calling me instead of coming in and seeing me. And so all the one-on-ones were on the phone for 2 minutes instead of face-to-face for an hour like we used to do. It just didn't make any sense. But I don't even know what to improve on because I'm asking questions and you say, read it for yourself as face value. It's your evaluation. Yeah, but you wrote it and I need to understand it. That's my problem. And then even with the character ed, it really, really made me upset a little bit because with the character ed, we have to have character ed, but the character ed program that we have, Character Strong, no one still has been able to tell me what they don't like about it. Can someone tell me specifically what it is they don't like about it so I can fix it? We already took away the surveys. We took SCL out of all of it. We ran through that. At 8 different, excuse me, I'm talking and you don't have a chance to talk. You've already spoken, so please give that to me.
I got it, please. Members in the galley, please be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, in asking that question, and I'm asking Ms. Rose because she's just very against a Character Strong, and her answer is Google it. And I said, what? We vet these programs. Our people are highly experienced educators that vet these programs, as you would know because you've been there. Vet these programs over and over again, and we pull them out and we put them in our schools, and we have parents and teachers and students evaluating them during the pilot year. And I ask you one simple question, and all you say is Google it. Well, that's unacceptable to me. And also, I won't even go into the others. So then, Tim, I got to talk about it, Tim, for a second, because Tim, I thought you and I were good. I'm confused. But with Tim, all these items that you brought up, Tim, going down these items here. First of all, at the town hall meeting with the books that came up, you know what? We vetted those. You said we didn't. We did. We vetted them all. We just don't tell everybody every time we do something because we have 100 zillion things that we do every day. The next thing is the COVID numbers, and it's tough. And you heard it today already. We had a lot of quarantines. Every district had a little dip. Every single district did. Why is that different? Why would you say that with COVID? Well, there's another thing that we had an issue with. We had a new superintendent. Matter of fact, this was the 3rd superintendent in the last 2 or 3 years. These other districts, like St. John's, they are rolling through just perfectly well-oiled machines, no changes. So when you have COVID, you're still rolling down that. We're just trying to figure out what our strategic plan is. We're trying to figure out what we're doing. I'm trying to learn people's names. I don't even know who people are. And so to put this out there is just ridiculous. My affiliation, I don't know if anybody knows what my affiliation is, and it's great. Nobody knows what your affiliation is because you're an educator, and we walk that line, and we're nonpartisan, and that's what we do. And we help both sides. We serve all of our kids and all of our families, both sides. That's what we do all the time. Does anybody know what I am? No. I am a conservative Republican. I line up with these 4 folks right here politically. I don't line up with him. I don't line up with him at all, Mr. Edwards. But you know what? He's working hard, and I'll get to him in just a second. That achievement gap we talked about, yeah, it hasn't changed in the past 2 years, but you know what? It hasn't changed in 25 years. Go back and look. Go back and look. And like Mr. Eno said, you can see it all out there on the Florida DOE website. You can look at everything on the website. We do. We look at it too all the time because that's what we use to help us. But let me tell you, if you look at this past year, it closed for the first time in like 25 years. So when we talk about, oh yeah, I've been around 27 years, well, how come it didn't close then? Executive Director, come on, give me a break. Mass mandates, yeah. You know what, with mass mandates, yeah, I did ask the attorney. You know why? Because the attorney knows the law. That's what we pay the attorney for. And then when the attorney says it's against the law, and I say, oh, you know what? We all took our oath. It's against the law, but then the board still approves a mass mandate. My job is to follow through on the policy. I enact the policy. That's what my job is. And then 3 weeks later, was able to get it on the agenda again to be voted to be repealed. And guess what? It was. Mr. Edwards just told you that. It was repealed. We didn't lose our money. I saw it coming. I heard it. I had the commissioner calling me, talking to the commissioner, and we did that so that we wouldn't have negative effects. And that happened. So this whole mass mandate, not making decisions, you don't know what decisions I make because you're not with me all day long every time. You're working in your own job. And so I make a ton of decisions every single day that people don't know what they are, okay? We didn't have to have the fine. The dictionary piece, that had nothing to do with the books. The dictionary decision, if I have to tell everybody everything, which is fine, the dictionary decision was not about the books. It was about the fact that we have 10 different agencies that give us books every year. And I had to pull back on some of those because it was overwhelming getting 50,000 books from one of the agencies that we couldn't even vet because we didn't have the media specialists that we need according to the law. So we're putting a little hold on that so we get our arms wrapped around it. So then they're like, well, how come the dictionaries, they're not a big deal. It's not about that. The Rotary Club is then going to have a problem with the Kiwanis Club, is going to have a problem with Scholastic Clubs, having a problem because I allowed one over the other. So I got to do the same thing for all of them and work that out with the relationships, not about the books. And then finally we got the books in there. This is what we do. This is what this is all about. That's called leadership. You just don't see it and you think you know it, but it's not. 1557. I know. I just got to say all this. 1557. You know what? Yeah, I'm first one to tell you. When we talked to the principals and put it out there, that was incorrect. And you know what? At that time, when 1557 came out, nobody knew what it meant. Nobody could figure it out. I had 4 attorneys looking at it, and they all gave me different answers. So we had to come up with something that would help our teachers because everybody's wondering. Then when I got a firmer feel for it, then we went back and said, no, this is what it really means. And we should have never done it. We jumped the gun. I should have never jumped the gun. I was trying to do the right thing and bring confidence to our teachers and our schools and our principals. But that was when I had 4 different attorneys in different districts too. No offense, no offense. Different districts just to get the idea of what it was. I even called Tallahassee and the Superintendent Association attorneys to tell me. And they were all different. They're all different on interpretation. And they still haven't come to a decision on that. Admin and teachers, hiring them, yeah. We've hired probably 150 teachers. We probably have, since I've been here, 150 of them. And you know why? Because they are interventionists, reading coaches. They're helping our students and our teachers build capacity. They're doing great. And the whole thing with 57 I don't even know where that came from because we hired 6 administrators last year for those 150 teachers. So I don't even know where that number came from. And the hurricane, I don't even want to talk about the hurricane. That was just tough all the way around. And you know what? And you know what? when you're running schools, and these guys right here run those schools, and they're doing great with their kids and great with their families, and we're trying to feed people in the shelters and clean up after people in the shelters and do all those things all the time, every single day, 24/7, moving people out of school, saving lives because they're about to drown in 2 hours. And yet we still were able to have our contractors in there and get everybody back in school in 2 weeks' time. Don't even talk to me about that. And the bottom line on all that, Tim, and I mean this with respect, as much as I can, is that when you won your election, I called you and congratulated you and told you to call me anytime. Let's talk. Let's figure out what's going on. This is a new position for you. You've been in another position. I'm available. We will get the whole cabinet together. And then sent emails about the swearing in, and they even said, Kathy even said, please contact Mr. Asman because he'll help you with that. Zero, crickets. You never called me. You never did anything. And if you had, Tim, I mean, I'm up to be fired, and you haven't even asked me these questions till today. I could have told you the answers to all these questions in the past 2 months. So please, okay. Then Ms. Marinelli, okay, we had breakfast together. I appreciate that. That was a really good breakfast. We got a lot to talk about. We did talk about it. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, again, politically, we do not see eye to eye at all, okay? We're on opposites, okay? People think, for some reason, that I'm way leaning to the left with Mr. Edwards. And it's crazy. I don't even understand that because it's that political nonsense that people want to make up, which happens all the time in this district, the political makeup, and it goes out in these social media, and before I can even respond to it, it's already, I'm way over on the left for some reason. And then, you make a decision on the left, and then it's all of a sudden you're way over on the right, and and you can't win. But let me tell you, Mr. Edwards right here, even though we do not see eye to eye politically and on quite a few things, that man does visit all the schools. He has built relationships with principals. He has built relationships with teachers. He builds relationships with parents and business partners. He has helped us with the Trades Academy tremendously, working through business partners, not getting our way. He even says, make sure you tell me if I'm in your kitchen. I tell him, he backs right out of there. He's just helping us with business partners and getting resources and so forth. Does a great job with that. He was in the shelters. He emptied buses. He emptied pets out of buses. He helped people move all their stuff all around in those shelters. He's out there all the time working hard. And like I said, he and I don't see eye to eye. But I'm telling you, that's what he does, because I'm just being fair and honest. That's what it is. And so and then with Ms. Ziegler, with the different evaluation areas, and I think even when I was talking about it, I said there were a few things in there. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see that's an issue. We need to work on that. I'm the first one to say that. But what I need to understand is on the needs improvements, sometimes they're not even in the right areas. So for instance, when you say I have a good moral compass, and then you mark me on needs improvement on ethics, I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. And so I just need to make sense of it so I can handle it and work through it, because I will look up any data you want. I will fix anything. I will work on anything we will do. I've always been like that. And so I'm always ready to do that. But as far as also the public or the trying to call me and having the community or the communication and so forth, one thing I want to say about that is after the meeting the other night on the 22nd, Ms. Ziegler did call me, and she left a message, and it was about, I don't know, it was probably 20 minutes after the meeting, and I'll be honest, I was not ready to talk to anybody, and I just wasn't. I know she understands that. But later on, I did call, and I just left her a message. If it was an emergency or if it was something with the school system, let me know. But if it's about this, the firing piece, no, I don't want to talk about that. And here's why. Because on the other night, the other day when we had on the 22nd, which came out of nowhere, it's really confusing to me, this whole thing. I'm working as superintendent. Everything's good. I'm hearing some things that the new board might want to do this, that, or the other. Okay, whatever. It's on social media. Okay, but then to sit there and all of a sudden it's a 4-1 vote to talk about firing me, and I'm like, okay, okay. So then I'm totally confused about that. We're going into Thanksgiving. Well, the board attorney calls me, and I'm just being factual. Board attorney calls me, says, hey, the school board wants to know if you want to talk about a separation agreement, of building some sort of separation agreement. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. That's not what I want to do. And he was like, well, look, I think you should get your own counsel and think about it, because we don't want a big firestorm on the 29th or the December 2nd. And it's like, okay, I don't want a big firestorm either, but let me talk to my counsel. I'll get an attorney like you're saying. And so I did. And I got my attorney, and then my attorney talked with the school board attorney over the next 6 days, all through Thanksgiving. It was just horrendous doing all that, okay? And then here I am paying an attorney for 6 days. I don't even know what that's going to cost me to get this done. Negotiations are going on. Then I was like, hey, can they even do that? Because, it's not in the sunshine. I know everybody says I violate sunshine law, and I said I did. I'm not saying I didn't. I said I did because I honestly did not know that I was supposed to. But I said, that's a sunshine law. The board's going to get in trouble for something like that. Is this something that we should do? And then my attorney and their attorney talked, said, oh, gosh, yeah, that's not something that we want to happen. And so it was okay. Well, if when before that it was, if we sign this, then we won't have to have the meeting in the big, firestorm. And then it became, well, if you sign this, then we'll have the meeting, but then you don't come. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. So then it became, hey, you know what? We can't do this. It could be a violation. We're going to have it. Asplin can show up and all that. So then that happens tonight right now, and happy anniversary to my wife, because tonight is our anniversary, by the way. So time that it took during vacation of Thanksgiving, all the kids are there and everything, trying to work through that. The money it's going to cost me, I don't even know how much for my attorney, because I know he's really, really expensive. No, I'm just kidding. Great guy, great attorney. And then the stress and all of that. There's something that's, if this is even going to think about moving forward, which I know it's not now, but if it was, one thing that's in the paper from our board, is faith and trust is important. We're looking at going a different direction. I mean, it's not like they didn't know. They all knew. Everybody knew. Nobody called me. Nobody talked to me. Nobody told me any plans. I even asked, what are the plans? What's the plan? Just let me know. I don't even care what the plan is. We'll move it forward, or if you want to fire, whatever you're going to do, at least we'll know, and we can keep the school system running. We got to get the politics out of the school system. And I'm telling you right now, whether I'm here or not, and I've said this before, which I probably won't be now, but if I'm not here and someone else comes in, you have to get the politics out of this school district. You have to. I'm telling you, this school district could be number one, but we shoot ourselves in the foot every single time. We are getting in our own way all the time. And I'm telling you, because I came from a district that was number one for 12 years. If you don't want to listen to it, then don't listen to it. Get rid of me, whatever. But I'm telling you right now, that has to happen no matter who steps in this position. And I'll tell you, the school system, with all the things that were going on outside, all the noise and everything, you know why we're an A still? We're an A still because our school district, our school personnel, our principals, our APs, our teachers, everybody working with the students, they are the ones that kept the noise out of their minds, and they've been doing the same thing that they've been doing for a long, long time. And they're working through the strategic plan. We now have PLCs. Everybody's embracing that, which is awesome. And that's going to just go forward. When all that comes to play, when I'm not here and all that comes to play, you guys are going to just keep going. You're on a great trajectory, but don't let yourselves get in the way of yourself. And that's what keeps happening. That's what keeps happening. And I don't know how else to say it, but I spend more time on politics and nonsense than anything else. I can't even spend time on a lot of the instructional because we're dealing with this kind of nonsense. I don't even know why we're here. Because I thought I was doing fine. Everybody's doing great. We're moving along. We're in good. We just looked at numbers. And all of a sudden now we're doing this, and it's during the break, and everybody's got to be. I mean, how many emails did we get? How many emails have you all been writing? Like, probably 500, 1,000 emails. That's all I did on the whole vacation was look through and go through and answer emails and stuff. I could have been doing Thanksgiving with my family, or I could have been working on something else with our group. But we're always doing this nonsense all the time because that's all we're talking about. And so it needs to end. And I know that I'm probably not going to be here, but you guys need to, as a community, you all, if you want to move forward, I'm telling you, that's what you got to do. And until that happens, you're not. So with that, I just want to say that I know I got fired up, and I'm sorry, and it wasn't probably respectful, but that's what's going on, and I can't, and I got to be honest, I can't work like that. I can't continue to work like that. It's just taking too much away from what we're trying to do for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Are there any comments after that, board members?
I turned mine.
You should take that motion you made, Karen Rose, off the table.
Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand.
You have a Republican from Northport who has supported you. Take the motion off the table.
Can we please have order? Okay. Well, we'll recess for 5 minutes because this is too important to. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. Not. This is not the way we can conduct a normal meeting. Okay, I appreciate it. I think we've seen. Okay, I do not want to remove you, but there is no possible way we can conduct a normal meeting at this point. And I know everyone has been here for hours. hours. And we're about to discuss what happens next. So if we continue to have outbursts, there's just no possible. So moving on to the matter at hand, I wanted to, Mr. Edwards, I see you're on, and then I see Mrs. Marinelli, unless that was before. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Marinelli. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet so we can move forward.
Dr. Asplin, I was writing some notes, and I wanted to put down the things that I put as pros since I've met you. And I have to say, my husband and I were going to all the town meetings, and I walked up and introduced myself to Dr. Asplin. And every time I saw him, I went up and I reintroduced myself, and he always remembered me and knew my name and knew we got our picture taken together. And for that, the reason I make that made an impression on me because he meets hundreds of people all the time, and he remembered me. So I appreciate that. But I put down approachable, knowledge of curriculum, caring, visible, community involvement, respected by the community. And I do think those are very true. And when we had breakfast, after I won the election, I asked him, what can I do to help you be successful? And the two things we talked about was that when concerns from the community come to me, I send it to the appropriate person. And I said, I have no problem doing that because that is the correct thing to do. Do you want me to CC you? And he said, yes, so I do. So you want to know where I stand on this. And number one, those of you that know me, I don't like this one bit. This is not the way that I envisioned starting on the school board. I had a vision that I'd be able to work with these people up here. I want to work with Dr. Asplin, but this process does not allow us to be able to talk. So we have to, unfortunately, do it in a group setting where all these emotions come out. And I don't know how this is going to turn out. But if I get the opportunity to work with him, I will work with him and give him 100%, teachers 100%, our students 100%, and our parents 100%. But what I do not like is I don't like the politics. I don't appreciate, Mr. Edwards, you bringing in some of the things you said. I will not let you goat me. I'll talk when I have something important to say, and that is the only time I'm going to talk, is when I have something useful to say that is for our children, because that's why I'm here. No other reason. And I just want to say this. I was the one person that the Moms for Liberty did not support. And also, my picture was taken by Miss Lerner and put on Facebook when I was invited to go hear Miss Rose talk to parents of ESE students. And I also was invited to a meet and greet to people I did not know, and anybody in the political fray knows that happens. And when Stephen Walker called me from the Herald Tribune, I had no idea what he was talking about, that I was going to a place supposedly with the Proud Boys. I don't know a Proud Boy. Well, I do now, thanks to Stephen Walker and thanks to Mrs. Lerner. I sure do now. But none of those people have any influence on me. I have the influence on myself. And I promised on the campaign trail that I would always be transparent. I would always strive for students, and I will work with any superintendent that is up here. So thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Let me start by saying I didn't intend to goad Mrs. Marinelli, and if I did, I apologize. You're welcome. What I was intending to find out is that we're voting on one of the most, I shouldn't say one of the most serious thing since I've been a school board member. Well, I don't know if we're voting on it because I don't think there's a motion out there for that. I was curious to hear your thoughts. So I think as a fellow board member, I'm entitled to hear those thoughts. So I was just asking, and I appreciate that.
I'll talk when I have something to say.
Now I get it. I'll just guess in the meantime. I need to say that based upon a lot of data, data of what has transpired since the meeting on the 22nd, lots of things I heard tonight, things I heard from Dr. Asplund, that I think we need to have a second meeting to cure what may be what I was advised from attorneys of potential sunshine violations. So a second meeting that's what I've been advised, that that's a good way to potentially cure sunshine violations. And I am, as a board member, I'm highly uncomfortable. Things I heard tonight that I did not hear before and I was not privy to. So I'm saying that so that before we go down a road that is irreversible, I think that it's time for all board members to let cooler minds prevail. Think about what they've heard, maybe think about what they've read, maybe reread some of those emails, and come back again and continue the discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer to council. I'm not sure what we're speaking as far as the sunshine violation. Is there something we need to be aware of?
I don't believe there's any sunshine violation, but I do agree with Mr. Edwards that a second meeting would be necessary because of the ambiguity about what today's meeting was, and whatever action you all took would be at a noticed meeting moving forward.
Go ahead.
I can clear, what I heard Dr. Asplund say in his phone call from Patrick, that's information I was not aware of.
Okay, so if we're talking about any responses about potential separation, is that what you're referencing? Okay. I want to go back to the comments that Dr. Asplund made. I can understand now why there has been some resistance, because I think you just clearly illustrated that was maybe perhaps some pent-up frustration. And so it's very hard to come back from that, meaning ladies and gentlemen, please let me speak. Because I do not take this position lightly. This is not at all what I came in here thinking this would be the outcome. So for listening to people for hours who genuinely support the superintendent, but I also think that you are a leader. And when you are a leader, yes, there are disagreements. Yes, there are frustrations. And I can't imagine, as the CEO of this district, that behavior being allowable to anywhere downstream. I think that is important. And I'm sorry, you can laugh all you want, but you know what? I want this district, both staff and students, to have high standards of conduct. I'm sorry, you're going to, Mr. Willis, I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you continue to disrupt this meeting. I don't want to do that. I know you stood here, but that is the final warning, because this is not productive for anybody. to put the district through this more, I'll do whatever for a transparency standpoint, but I'm very concerned. I don't know how respectfully we build a relationship where we are functioning together for the right reasons with mutual respect. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been plenty of conversations with the superintendent and myself. So, and much of what I'm not going for tit for tat, but much of what was said tonight is not accurate. I will defer to my fellow colleagues. Mrs. Rose? Mr. Enos.
My suggestion, first of all, is that, I can just say, as I understand, there was a lot of frustration that Dr. Asplund has regarding the situation, especially over Thanksgiving and the other things. I think it's also respectful that, we can have differing of opinions in what is perceived out in the community. Well, what I would say is that in reference to this, that I would agree, even though that it doesn't come to where we need to be tonight, is that I would also suggest to move it to Friday at the meeting in order to, come up with whatever that we want to formulate and be able to allow the time that has occurred to make a decision that we can put together.
Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a surprise. I do have concerns, and I do feel like there is an adversarial relationship between me and the superintendent, and I don't see it as workable. So I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not make me clear the gallery after you have been here for almost 6 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. I am asking for, to continue with the Friday, December 2nd meeting, and I am asking for an agenda item to terminate the superintendent without cause, and I actually question the without cause, or give the superintendent, if it is his will, an opportunity to negotiate a separation and for that to be in the hands of the chair, and that those things are transparent and agenda items at the December 2nd meeting this Friday.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing none, I will second that motion. So I have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? I'm going to restate the agenda, the motion that on the December 2nd meeting, an agenda item be added, that the superintendent be put forward for termination on the, like I said, December 2nd, 2022 meeting. However, I believe in there that it was also the opportunity for the superintendent to alternatively resign and a negotiation settlement be presented. So I have a motion and a second. If there are no comments, I can take a vote.
I have a comment.
Go ahead. Okay, I will have thank you so much. Mrs. Tompkins, can you read back what Mrs. Rose's motion was? Thank you. So
without cause, or if it's the superintendent's will, an opportunity to start negotiations for a separation agreement, and I am recommending with that it is handled by the chair and legal counsel.
Second. So, and are there any comments? Seeing none.
If I may add,
Please.
just a termination, I think, could be effectuated Friday if that was what the board wanted to do. If it was a resignation, I think an additional time period would be necessary in order to negotiate it, make it transparent, and make sure that all the proper time periods expire in order to do that properly.
Dr. Asplin, do you have any? So I have a motion and a second about December 2nd, and that if so if I'm correct, and I think we may need to amend it because there's two items here, because the opportunity, the offer was for the superintendent to alternatively agree to resign, and we would work on a resignation. I just need a little guidance here because it feels like there's two different things. I want to make sure people understand what's being voted
Well,
on.
so his contract has a termination provision for cause or not cause. It sounds like the cause provision is off the table, if that's what the motion is. Or alternatively, and that could be done at a special meeting with 48 hours notice. Alternatively, there is a motion for a resignation as part of a separation agreement. I don't know that that could be done by Friday. That would need to be negotiated to some degree, which takes some time. That also, as part of that, would likely need for the passage of time to occur to validate provisions of what that would look like.
Mrs. Marinelli.
Excuse me, but Mr. Dugan, we have like two things here, Madam Chair. And so if we vote, if I would say yes, does that mean I'm giving Dr. Asplin time to work out how he wants to approach this? Or is that meaning that we are going right for the termination?
Well, there's a motion to set something on a future board meeting, and there are two options, one of which puts some discretion in Dr. Asplin's hands. One of them I think you could do if you were to set it December 2nd. One of them I think would require additional time. So,
but if my vote would be yes, that includes both of those things.
Yes.
yes, it would.
Yes.
But I guess what I would recommend is, and maybe it needs to be a modified motion, but I would recommend that in the event the superintendent seeks to negotiate a separation agreement, that that meeting obviously would need to be canceled and it would need to be reset moving forward.
Would you repeat that?
Okay.
Please.
So if he were to choose to negotiate a separation agreement that included resignation, which would be his choice, I don't think you would be able to accomplish that by this Friday. First of all, it would take some time to make those negotiations, which would put us right up to that if we were able to get it done. But then secondly, to make the provisions that would likely be included in such an agreement take effect in the right way, that would take the passage of some time. In such an agreement, the superintendent would have 7 days to agree to it and then thereafter revoke his agreement to it. So we would need to let that time period pass in order for it to take effect, which wouldn't be able to be done by this Friday.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? If we were to, and again, before I amend the motion, would it make sense to allow for, we schedule that meeting for, I'm not sure, you have to tell me what time frame, December 2nd, or I'm sorry, December 6th, or what have you, if that would afford the appropriate time, depending on which avenue is decided upon?
Well, I think the key is it needs to be scheduled 7 days after an agreement is reached.
So your recommendation is?
You can go ahead and set a meeting for this Friday, but if the superintendent opts to negotiate a separation agreement, I would recommend not having that meeting because we're not going to have enough time to do it.
Well, I guess I called a question to vote on. I mean, it's a little ambiguous. I'm sorry, Mr. Ena.
Could I add an amendment in there to go ahead and to make it to the following Tuesday or Wednesday, depending upon what the schedule looks like, in order to give adequate time for, if that is what Dr. Asplin and his family would like to do.
I'll second that amendment, but we need to restate it so it's in the proper posture. So we amend the motion such that the meeting for reconvening would be on December, you said 2 dates, so December either 6th or 7th. December 6th, we're already meeting. We can reconvene and add it on the agenda item then.
December 6th would be, we need to have an agreement, right? And
Correct.
if we have an agreement, I think you could have it 7 days thereafter. I'd have to look at the calendar. So today's the 29th. I'm not sure December 6th is enough time, but it just would depend on how long it would take to work that out if we were able to do that.
Understood, but I think, so I would second the motion for, if it were to be December 6th, we're reconvening anyhow, we're there. If that agreement has been agreed upon, then we can, instead of reconvening on Friday and then another Tuesday, we're already meeting next Tuesday again.
Well, I think statutorily you need to have a superintendent. So if you were to take action and you need to have an interim appointed at that time.
I'm sorry, but he still has a 30-day provision, so he would still be an acting superintendent.
Well, I guess it would depend what got negotiated in the contract.
Okay, so, but my understanding is either way, that there's a 30-day provision before any kind of decision of any interim would be making.
No,
It's
well, it depends what you negotiated a contract. If a contract was negotiated that called for, his immediate resignation, I think you could do that. I guess that's what my thought process was. If a contract was negotiated that was a severance that called for an immediate resignation, and he agreed to it, you would just need the passage of 7 days to occur.
Might I request, and again, we have to amend this properly, might I just request that we have a deadline of Friday for the superintendent's decision, and then we determine how we can move forward?
I think you could do that.
So I will pull back my second to your amendment.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll withdraw the amendment then.
So then alternatively, then amending the main motion to that, asking this, having a deadline for the superintendent to determine which path he would like to go so that we can assume negotiations and planning accordingly. Do you have that motion, Mrs. Tompkins? It's a little dicey. Mr. Duggan? Mr. Duggan?
My understanding is there's a motion to set a deadline of Friday for the superintendent to decide whether he wishes to resign, or alternatively, consider termination without cause.
Correct. And that's correct.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Josie. He's my attorney, and if he could speak, maybe that will help.
Mr. Duggan, is that appropriate?
It's fine if you guys want to hear from him, but I think that really what needs to happen is you can vote on termination for cause or without cause, or you can negotiate something separate. It would depend on what was negotiated because timeframes are going to accompany that. Without knowing, I don't know what the superintendent's intentions are, so it's hard to speculate about what an agreement would look like before an agreement is agreed to.
Ditto. So, I'm very confused by what's being presented in terms of a motion.
I would agree.
All I would suggest is that if you're going to give the superintendent the opportunity to make a decision to resign, that's subject to negotiation. That is not a decision outside of negotiation. You have the right, this is your motion. You call this meeting. The motion pending entering this meeting was to terminate the superintendent. If the choice is yours to make, if you want him to make any choice on his own, that's subject to negotiation. We don't know whether it's going to be acceptable to Superintendent Asplund until we enter into negotiations. So the motion has to be clear on that point, number one. Number two, to avoid all the time and hassle that your council and I went through over the last 6 days to now have this meeting today, I want to make sure that you have given him the authority to negotiate so that when he and I speak, we know that we're speaking off the same song sheet. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Duggan, just to guide us, because I think it's very clear, but I want to make sure we're in a proper posture. There's been a motion and a second with the intent of taking either a vote to terminate without cause, or alternatively provide an opportunity to negotiate with the superintendent's attorney for a settlement,
and the board chair.
and the board chair.
Yes. But I guess the point is, I don't know what that agreement would look like, and thus I don't know what that time frame looks like until there is an agreement.
Okay, I feel like we're going round and round and round. This should not be this complicated.
Can we just, I hear the legal counsel saying to keep the meeting on Friday, and if it is a negotiation that is in progress or hasn't been resolved, that we cancel that and postpone it and reschedule it.
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
can, if you want to act on the contract that exists, which is the superintendent's current contract, that can be done on Friday. If you want to consider some type of severance package that includes a resignation, that's going to take time to negotiate and come to an agreement, and then there has to be a passage of time thereafter for it to become fully valid. So depending on how long it takes to negotiate that type of contract will dictate when that meeting can happen, if that is the path forward. But there would be no way, I don't think, from a practical standpoint, to accomplish that by Friday if the route was to take a severance agreement with resignation. So that could not be done by this Friday.
Understood. So again, to the point that we have two different scenarios here. I understand that it would require authorization from the board to negotiate with Dr. Asplin's attorney as well with
Yes,
with
so
Chair Furr.
if the intent is for the school board to negotiate a severance package with Dr. Asplin and his attorney, it would be a motion to negotiate a severance package with Dr. Asplin, his counsel, that would include the school board's counsel and the board chair, with a deadline to bring back an agreement to the board for consideration.
So we have a motion on the table and then a second, and we would probably need to just fully withdraw that motion and second and restate that motion.
Yes.
So I withdraw my second. You sure?
Yeah, I think it's worked out.
Okay. Well, I'm withdrawing my second, but then we would need to withdraw the motion and
Right, and I would restate that motion. Do you want me to?
I don't know if the maker of the motion is willing, but that's, okay.
Okay. So, Ms. Rose, I think it would be a motion to negotiate a severance agreement with Dr. Asplin that include,
Okay, go ahead.
it would be a motion for authorization to negotiate a severance package agreement that includes resignation with Dr. Asplin, his counsel, the school board's counsel, and the board chair.
I'm making a motion for authorization to negotiate a severance package with the superintendent and the superintendent's counsel and the Sarasota County School Board Chair and School Board Legal Counsel.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? Any comments by any members? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. I will start with Mrs. Marinelli.
Yes.
I will start with, and I'm sorry, not start. I will move to Mr. Edwards. I apologize.
I'm voting no, only because I want to be the consistent 4-1, not because I don't think Dr. Asplin deserves every opportunity to negotiate out correctly. And finally, my no is on behalf of our students. It's horrendous.
Mr. Enos.
Yes.
Mrs. Rose.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, and it passes 4-1. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. I know this is a heavy heart on everyone, and it's not diminished. This meeting is adjourned.